Got it.
You're live. Hello, everyone. Let's kick off the second annual Global Healing Motivation Summit. was amazing. Amazing start to day 2 of the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. A little soca, a little steel pan. That's my kind of beginning. I love it, David. Thanks so much. That was an amazing beginning. Everybody, welcome to day 2 of this summit. Yesterday was such a powerhouse of people. We had an amazing lineup of performers and speakers, and today we have so much more in store for you. I'm so excited to just be here once again and be celebrating on this second one. So I know we have a couple people in the queue for our co-hosts and hosts. I want to see Ramona, Jenny, Laura, Sean. Can you guys all unmute and join me up here as we begin to kick off day 2? And I'm just so excited. I want to hear from everybody. How's everybody doing? Are you ready? Are you pumped? Are you energetic and excited for day 2?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Ready.
We are here. We are ready. And let's kick it off and have another phenomenal day.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I too am excited.
Yesterday was so amazing. We had so many speakers, so many performers. So tell me, Laura, Jenny, Ramona, I don't know if Sean's up. Who was some of your favorite performers yesterday?
Wow.
Just a little rundown of what you took away from yesterday.
Wow.
Putting you on the spot.
All of them. They were all fantastic. I'm not playing favorites here.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone was just so gifted and so human. And how do you choose? I don't know. Everyone was just so talented and unique. How do you even begin to? I don't know how to choose.
I agree. There was too many to choose from, but everybody was really, really amazing, I have to say. But it was just a phenomenal day, and it's going to keep getting even better because we're all about healing, motivation, and this is just an amazing time for us to be coming together to really celebrate and put this whole epic event together. I don't know if you guys see me on screen. I'm trying to pin myself and I can't seem to do that.
Yeah, we see you. You're muted.
Miss Ramona, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
There you are.
So much more.
You guys are muted.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know that you were asking what was our favorite or who was our favorite of the day.
Yes.
The entire day was my favorite. It was a great day. I mean, I still have pages of notes from yesterday right here. I'm going to just start with you, Jennifer. You did a fabulous job on making sure that we all got the message and knew that anything was absolutely possible. Your story was absolutely riveting. It was heart-touching. It was just a very, very motivational and inspirational story of your journey through learning that you had such an illness as what is it? The name of the title? Parkinson's. I'm sorry, I was going to say something else. Parkinson's disease, and how you have just really grown through all of the challenges, and you're here. You are here actually pouring into others, showing them exactly how to thrive whenever they get devastating news such as that, and showing them how to just rise to the occasion and reach out to help others and show others, more importantly, exactly how to do it, how to handle it, how to stay strong, and how to use their courage, their bravery, and their strength to push forward. And that I want to definitely commend you for. I also remember the message of authenticity, the importance of authenticity by 369 Mindset. And that was also a very powerful message as well, because that is very true, that when we are our authentic selves, it's when we actually can show up for others in our purest form as well. And just reconnect with our ancestors, reconnect with who we are, reconnect with where we're from. So never forgetting where we're from and just being our true authentic selves was also a very powerful message. There was also Christina's message, the 4 F's, faith, focus, filter, and forgiving. That was absolutely a phenomenal and very powerful message as well.
Right.
Of
So
course,
many
she broke down.
powerhouses. That's what I was saying. There's just so many powerhouses that came out of yesterday's
Absolutely.
first thing. It really was.
Absolutely.
And a couple of the things that I definitely learned and I definitely think was that, you know, I came away with that power of resilience, that power that we have the power to change the outcome of our life just by truly transforming our thoughts, our actions, our behaviors. You know, there's really no book that tells us exactly the instructions of how we're supposed to live, but yet we have to create our own pages, and we create those pages with such confidence. You know, creation is a spark of energy, and that energy truly ignites a flame that becomes the desire within us to find courage, to find hope, to find faith, and to find belief. So, you know, without change, I was saying this earlier in a room, without change, we discover just a rock without a shape or form. But with evolution, we find gems and jewels and great treasures. And yesterday, I felt that we uncovered so many gems and jewels and treasures. And it was all about, what I took away is that create your destiny today, love what you accomplished yesterday, and just truly prepare for success tomorrow. And I think that, you know, with that, I came away with such hope, such inspiration, which is exactly what it is, the Healing Motivation Summit. And it was just an amazing lineup of speakers and performers. And again, my heart is filled with such gratitude. So thank you all. And I know we want to kick off the show. Laura, Jenny, any other remarks, anything that you guys came away with yesterday?
I just want to thank you also for sharing your story, you know, being friends with you for so long and you having trouble even opening up when you were first diagnosed. And it took you about 5 years to finally want to share things with people. I mean, I am so excited for you. I'm so happy. You are a true warrior. Thank you so much for putting this together. And I admire you. Thank you
so much
for allowing me to be a part of your journey.
Awesome.
Yes, we're all here together to enjoy this journey and embark on this journey together. So with that, I don't know if Sean is on. I don't see him on, but I'm sure he'll come on eventually. So with that, we are going to head over into our first speaker, Kiana. Kiana spoke yesterday a little bit about health, and she gave us a good rundown of some tips and strategies about how we can handle our health, especially heart health, diabetes, things like that. So this is part 2 of her series. So I'd like to welcome Kiana to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us, Kiana.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, I love hearing.
Wow.
Okay, so this is so random and unrelated, but I love hearing Jennifer speak because I'm from the South, but my mom is from New York, and like I can hear the Long Island like in your voice, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So like,
yes, I'm a New Yorker. I'm a proud New Yorker. I'm a proud Long Islander. I will say that.
Love it. Thank
Queens
y'all.
and Queens, right?
Queens of New York.
I'm from the deep South over here, from below the Mason-Dixon, but that's okay because we all have to be where we need to be to serve the people we need to serve. And so I'm just so grateful to even be here in this moment and to be connected with each and every one of you and to be served by you and hear the beautiful things that you guys have to share this evening. I wanted to just ask you guys, you know, I just want to ask you, say you broke your arm, but you're scheduled for work in like 30 minutes. What are you gonna do? Most people are calling out of work. Hey boss, I gotta get to the ER. My arm's broken. I need a day. My arm's broken. Because you can't get much work done with one arm, right? So what about a foot? Yeah, we all know that nobody can get around too easily on one foot. But if your mind was overwhelmed with stress, are you going to be able to focus at work? If your heart is broken from emotional grief, are you going to be able to work effectively? So why is it that we only listen to our physical body when it needs healing? Yesterday, we discussed how silly it would be to only fix one thing on your vehicle, knowing it had much needed repairs to run effectively. You wouldn't spend money on body work if your engine was blown, right? Probably not. Today, we're going to discuss the importance of listening to the whole body as we start with part 2 of my presentation, Discovering Physical, Mental, and Spiritual Wholeness. So why is it that we don't focus on fixing ourselves from the inside out? Well, I have the key to this secret, and I don't want you to miss out on any of this 3-part series of Unlocked Healing from Chronic and Mental Illness, where you'll discover the truth about how to identify the risk factors of chronic illness and mental illness, 9 daily mistakes that lead to chronic and mental illness, why nutrition and exercise alone won't provide you total wellness, and how to master mental health like a warrior with the secret techniques to combat stress, anxiety, and depression, and a simple solution to help you to self-help with a 3-part system. Yesterday in part 1, we discussed the 2 top causes of death in the US, which we know are heart disease and cancer. But we discussed further, like, what is disease? And we determined that disease is a disorder of structure or function in the body that is not a result of injury. We discussed the 3 types of diseases: infectious disease like COVID-19, lifestyle diseases like diabetes, and non-communicable diseases like heart disease and cancer, also chronic illnesses. One of the things I didn't mention to you guys yesterday are the differences between acute illnesses and chronic illnesses. Acute illnesses develop quickly and go away quickly, and chronic illnesses develop slowly and worsen over time. However, sometimes with the right treatment, you can go into remission, which is an awesome thing. Common chronic illnesses include things that we've talked about, like heart disease and cancer, but also are not limited to asthma, allergies, diabetes, depression, COPD, kidney disease, and autoimmune diseases, and things like that. We talked about contributing factors to diseases, which are biological, like hereditary dispositions, environmental, like toxins and pollution, and lifestyle choices, like your own personal behaviors. And we also discussed the socioeconomic status, education level, race and ethnicity, globalization, urbanization, and aging, and how it causes disparities among people with chronic illnesses. We also discussed the importance of holistic healing. So today we're going to go in deep about the 3 parts of holistic healing and discovering why it is that we need to pay attention to them. So who am I? I'm doing business as Kiana Del Rey, an intuitive wellness coach who uses holistic healing methods to conquer chronic illness. I'm the CEO of Divination Del Rey and the founder of Divine Holistic Coaching, and I stand for empowering all women and men to engage in self-help. I serve individuals with chronic and mental illness, eliminating physical and mental pain through natural and holistic methods by combating chronic illness, conquering chronic pain, mastering mental illness, and triumphing over trauma. I'm a tenacious teacher focused on heart and hope-centered holistic coaching for individuals who have the courage to fight their trauma, their PTSD, anxiety, depression, mental illness, autoimmune disorders, chronic conditions, and long-term pain. Appalachian bred backwoods witch harnessing Black femme pageant to just be of service to any and all who just need to be served. I'm here to serve y'all through chakra healing, through crystal healing, Reiki, herbalism, nutrition consulting, gut health, pain management, and holistic healing magic. I'm here to promote and empower you to engage in self-help, which first starts with knowledge. So if you find me interesting already, go ahead and slide on over to Instagram and give me a follow at Kiana Del Rey, because I want to stay connected with you. So let's talk about the problems in wholeness. So first we're going to address the mind, and poor mental health leads to mental illness. So what do I mean? Most people think like, well, most people hear mental illness and they're like, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, or they think like Black people don't go to therapy, or, you know, all this crazy stuff that we've heard over the years. I mean, I'm just going to tell you what I heard at my house. Like, my mom does not even believe in therapists, counseling, or anything like that. She thinks it's all craziness because she ain't crazy. Okay. Well, the reality of it is that 20% of Americans are diagnosed with mental illness by the time that they, and throughout their lifetime. 20% of Americans will be diagnosed with a mental illness. I'll just go ahead and tell you, your homegirl's got an anxiety disorder, so it's all fine over here, and a little splash of PTSD, it's fine. And so I'm one of those people, one of those 20% of people. But what's scary is that the mental health of our youth is worsening. 9.7 of our youth in the US have severe major depression, compared to the 9.2 in last year's data set. This rate was the highest among youth who identify as more than one race. So they're finding that individuals of mixed race actually have worsening risk factors for major depression at the rate of 12.4%. Even before COVID-19, the prevalence of mental illness among adults was already increasing. The isolation and loneliness of the pandemic, everything, the stress, the economic loss that's happened has caused a lot of mental health factors. When I remember when the pandemic first happened, I have a friend who is a nurse doctor. She's a DNP, and I asked her how everything was going in being a nurse in the pandemic when everything first hit the fan. And she said, honestly, Kiana, we're really just concerned about the number of suicides we're going to see this year. She wasn't concerned about PPE or, you know, contracting COVID. She was concerned because she knew that the isolation was going to increase the number of suicides. That was scary to me. Suicide ideation has been increasing among adults, and it's actually one of the top leading causes of death in the US. So chronic illness is number one, and suicide's on the list. So it's kind of scary to think about. There's still a need for, there's still an unmet need for mental health treatment among youth and adults. Now, we talked about access and delay of treatment when it comes to chronic illness and how it impacts individuals with chronic conditions and how they worsen over time. Well, the same thing is true for mental illness, right? So if you don't have access to a therapist, then maybe you just have stress and anxiety right now, but you're walking around with all this stress and all this anxiety, and you don't seek any help, and you're pushing that beach ball underwater. Well, eventually that beach ball is going to come blowing up in somebody's face, and it's going to be a hot mess express when it does. So it's the same thing. When we don't have access to the things that we need, the resources that we need to be able to manage our mental health, things tend to worsen over time. The percentage of adults with mental illness who are uninsured have increased for the first time since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. Well, that's ironic, isn't it? So like, they were supposed to make care affordable. However, there are more uninsured individuals now. We won't get into splitting hairs about that, but just talking about access, just talking about people having the resources of what they need. So mental health is a huge impactor of our cognitive brain and our mind and how it impacts our health. If our battery, the thing that powers our hands, makes our hand move, tells our stomach that we're hungry, is not in its best shape, how is it going to be able to maintain the bodily functions at its best shape? Probably isn't. Another thing about our mind that we need to consider is our beliefs, our mindset. Our beliefs around ourselves can be limited based on things that we might have learned as we were children. So when you think about limiting beliefs, or if you've done any work on limiting beliefs, it's true that most of your limiting beliefs came to you when you were a child. Someone said, oh, rich people are greedy, they're bad, they're money grubbers, they're hoarding it all. Someone said, oh, you'll never be anything because so-and-so was never anything. I mean, I think y'all probably don't know this story, but I'm gonna tell y'all a little backwoods story. There was a guy named Homer Hickam in McDowell County, West Virginia, and he wanted to be someone who built rockets, but he was from McDowell County, West Virginia, and his daddy told him, Hunter, you're not Homer, you ain't gonna be nothing but a miner. That's what this family is. We are miners, is getting in them coal mines. And he said, no, I'm going to go and build rockets. Well, he and a couple of friends got together and did some science project and entered into some scholarship program and entered their rocket in, and they won, and they were all able to go to college. And, you know, someone told him like, oh, you'll never be anything but a miner. But he said, no, I'm going to be a rocket engineer. That's what I'm here for. So sometimes the things that we're told when we're young, they stick with us. Some of us don't have the ability to be able to say, actually, no, like I believe my purpose is this, and this is what I'm going to do. Those are called limiting beliefs. Some of the most common limiting beliefs are fear of success, fear of failure, fear we're not good enough. Oh my gosh. Imposter syndrome, all that big fancy word we're hearing everywhere. It's really just fear that you're not good enough. Let's talk about it. We don't have to put a fancy word on it. You just don't think you're enough, but you are enough. Fear of not being loved or fear of rejection. Those are the top limiting beliefs that we tend to have. And so like when we think of fear of not being loved, let's really talk about what that looks like. I don't deserve love. Nobody likes me. I'm ugly. I'll never find a man. All men are bad. That's really fear of not being loved, right? So those are things that we have to change in our own minds to be able to open up ourselves to healing. So one of the things that I like to say is change your limiting beliefs and create liberating beliefs. And so, you know, instead of being afraid of like, I'll never succeed, I will succeed if I work hard, you know, being able to put those things in place. Lastly, as we finish up on mind, the problems within the mind that we have to think about are health habits, things that we're due, our behaviors. So people don't ever want to talk about what they doing. What you doing over there? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing that's contributing to this negative health pattern that you're seeing in your life? What are you doing that's got your gut all upset? What are you doing that's causing the headaches to reoccur? Are you drinking too much caffeine? Are you smoking too much? Are you not sleeping enough because you're binge watching Netflix? What are you doing, right? Well, one of the harsh realities about behaviors, this actually ties into mental health and access to mental health, is that substance abuse disorder tends to be how some people will self-medicate for different types of chronic illnesses or mental illnesses. And those can actually lead them down a negative path. I will just open up one more time. My mother actually was just diagnosed at age 58 with 3 autoimmune diseases. She has rheumatoid arthritis and fibromyalgia and degenerative disc disease just at 58. Well, they caught her probably 10 years too late because she spent the last 5 years being addicted to opioids, just trying to make it through her life because she was in so much pain. And so now she's like trying to get her life cleaned up, and she had to fight like heck, but it really took a doctor trying to figure out, like most doctors just looked at her like she was grabbing for pills, and like, let's be real, she was. But there was a reason. She was trying to self-medicate for a chronic illness that was present in her body. So one of the things that we talk about when we don't have access, when we lack resources, substance abuse can creep in. And 21 million Americans have at least one addiction, yet only 10% of them are receiving treatment. And what's even scarier is that drug overdose deaths have tripled since 1990. I could get into it all day with you guys with the opioid mess, because that actually was a huge scandal. Instead, I will just say, if you have Hulu with HBO, or if you have HBO, pop over and watch the documentary, A Crime of a Century, which they talk about how essentially big pharma covered up the fact that Oxycontin was addictive, and they used the FDA to help them, and they were able to mass prescribe these opioids and get the population addicted to them.
Wow, Kiana, you are dropping such nuggets today. It's such an amazing talk that you're doing. I'm just sitting here like taking in all this information. I'm sure we're all learning so much right now. Thank you so much. What an amazing, amazing amount of information to really help us know we need to stay healthy. We need to take care of our bodies, our mind, bodies, and soul, because it truly is an integrated approach, like you were saying. And I love all the nuggets that you dropped about eating healthy, making sure that your mind is correct, you know, the mindset, all that stuff is so important, exercise, everything. Thank you so much, Kiana, for you are just a powerhouse of nuggets and information.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Jennifer, for saying that. Thank you.
So I know we have a couple more speakers lined up and performers as well, but we do want to do some sponsor commercials first, just to get them out of the way. So we do have one of our sponsors, actually the collaborative of this event, who collaborated with me, Sean Jackson, aka The Refresher. I think he's around right now. If he's in, let's see if we can get him up here. What's going on, Sean? How are you?
What's up, Queen? How you doing?
Good, good. So we were just, we just wanted to talk a little bit about our collaboration on this event. And I know you gave us, you were really the heart behind this event. When I came to you and said that I wanted to do this event, you were the one that told me to make it 3 days and to have over 70 speakers. And I remember looking at you and saying, Sean, not a good idea, because I did this last year and I only had 20 to 25 speakers. And I was like, we don't need to go this big, and you convinced me otherwise. So now this has turned into a huge event.
Like I told you, if you go big, you're going to attract big. If you go small, you're going to attract small.
Right. And we definitely attracted big. We have over 70 speakers in the queue right now.
So I'm loving it, man, because we making a difference. And the message that we say tonight can really fuel someone's life for the rest of their life. You know, right. The performance that we're doing tonight, the performances, the poets, the dancers, the actors, the speakers, each person can do something tonight that's going to motivate and fuel someone's life for the rest of their life. And I love it. You know what I mean, guys? So let's continue to share this link. I shared it with everybody. It's like Clubhouse, guys. That's ping. Like share.
Good analogy. Good analogy. We got to ping, and share. Absolutely. We want to get it out to as many people as possible. The whole theme of our summit was really to create changes. And that's exactly what we're doing together, is we're creating some impacts and changes within the community. And hopefully we are touching people's lives and helping those who are watching and who have other things looking forward to. So Sean, thank you again for joining us and collaborating with me. Upstylish New York is your brand and business. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your brand and business while you're here?
Upstylish, I'm wearing a shirt right now, guys. It's just a new brand coming out. It's a brand to motivate the best of you. That you will never be the best copycat, but you will be the best version of yourself. So I try to tell people all the time that, even though we're going through trials, turn your mess into your message. Always have that hustle, and have that drive and have that good work ethic and character, and everything else gonna fall in line. So like, for example, if you're in Walmart and you're having a bad day, my shirts have different quotes on the back of it. So a quote alone can really turn somebody's day around. So if you're having a bad day alone and you in your line, you see a quote, just anybody, like any quote can catch your eye and be like, dang, that's a nice quote, man. Like now you feel better. So like I'm trying to bring that positive flow. So that's what I'm about, guys. Me being able to overcome homelessness. I could have been negative. I could have been positive. I mean, I could have been a victim. I could have blamed the world, but I did it. I'm a victor. You know what I mean? And we all victors. And I'm trying to tell everybody that. So that's the meaning of my brand. And thank you, Queen.
Yeah, thank you. And that's exactly why I teamed up with Sean, because his brand represents exactly what this summit represents, is that hope and that inspiration and that belief and staying positive. Although you had those hardships and adversity, you stayed positive through it and you kept a good mindset to help you elevate, which is exactly what this mission is all about. So thank you to Sean and for Upstylish New York. And with that, I'm passing it along to Mahatma, who's going to cue up some commercials for us. Thank you once again, everybody, for joining us on the summit today. All right, thank you for those commercials. Those are the two brands that are representing today, Simply Healthy and Organic and Upstylish New York, as well as Ramona Rogers. And I know she will have some to introduce herself later on as well. So we will give her that opportunity later on. We have a couple other sponsors, and I want to say thank you to all the sponsors today. And Ramona will be announcing some of the sponsors later on as well. So with that, I do want to introduce the next speaker, Kendall Myers. Kendall is a phenomenal speaker. He's truly an inspiration. He spoke yesterday, he's speaking today, and of course, he's on the queue for tomorrow because we can't leave out Kendall throughout this whole summit. Hey, Kendall, how are you? Are you ready to hit the stage?
Yes, I am. I'm highly excited, enjoyed. Yesterday, was so phenomenal. It's so many powerhouse. It's really people that's ready, ready to spread their knowledge and their wisdom and that just everything that they went through, just a team full of go-getters. I love it. I love to be a part of it, and I'm blessed. So for y'all don't know me, I'm Kendall Myers, also known as Mr. Overcomer. I'm an empowerment speaker, growth development coach, CEO of It's Time to Step Up LLC, where we work with people struggling with self-doubt and grieving loved ones, turn their personal pain into elevating power while strengthening their key core values. Let's get it. I love it. So I'm going to get right to it today. Have you ever been sick and tired of being sick and tired? Raise your hand. Yes. But have you done anything about it? That's what matters. We got to take calculated steps to do these things when it's time to go, when it's time to remove ourselves out of certain situations. Only we can move our feet as individuals. It's nothing more exciting than honestly getting yourself out of your own hole where you can climb up it. No matter how much resources somebody give you, no matter how many handouts, no matter how many uplifts that they give you, you have to feel that. You have to be the one to always believe in that. And So let me share a story with you. 2020, last year, I remember just planning to relocate even before the pandemic hit. And when it did, it gave me so much more reasons to do that. I'm gonna give you a playbook. What happened? One, in Missouri, it was a young lady that was the first one to lose her life from COVID. That was my cousin. She just graduated, got her master's. She was going to be something in life, but God had another plan for her. Number two, we all lost Kobe. Man, Black Mamba, it hit the world. It struck him. Hey, everybody had that argument, who's the best, Kobe or MJ? Hey, I kind of think Kobe, but that's another story for another day. MJ, definitely respect. And as the time kept going by, the city was getting more shut down. The grocery stores, you couldn't go outside. People was not working, so they stayed at home. And the kind of job that I had, it was an essential job. I was a gourmet food delivery driver. So my job picked up tremendously. Everybody needed food. But as much as it picked up, more energy I had to use. So it's always their pro and con. It was a double-edged sword. It was a good end that you're gonna use to attack, and a bad end that's cutting you. And as it kept going, 3 months later, it ended up slowing down. And my job noticed the numbers that we was doing triple what we did usually. So they kept pushing us and being observant of the little things that they never been observant to try to get us to get more sales, get them sales like they had in the first place. So just one thing after another, but I'm not done there. I'm not done yet. I remember getting a dog. Me and my girlfriend wanted a dog so bad. We still got him. He's amazing. I thought his size was capable enough to be at the townhouse, but it's always somebody that got something to say. So we had to move within a week. Literally 2 days later, my girlfriend broke her foot. I know, right? I couldn't believe it. So we got a dog. That's money. We had to relocate and find a new house, sorry. That's money and time. And also, my girlfriend, when she broke her foot, she couldn't work. So there was more responsibilities I had to take financially. Not a problem. I'm a man, I take care of my business, but that doesn't stop the fact of how much it weighed on me. And I remember after that, we was planning on going on our vacation and trip. We almost did, but we did. But when we moved, literally the very next day, I was going back to the old apartment, bringing some stuff back to the new one. You would not believe it. Somebody hit and ran my car. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't. So he moved so fast, I didn't get a chance to get his license plate number. And the very next day, I found his car. But guess what? Since I didn't get his license plate number the same day, it turned to a he shay, she shay. I'm telling you, you cannot make this stuff up. And hey, that's why it's good to have full coverage. Hey, after this over, go get you full coverage, gap insurance, get all of the above. Hey, make sure you have rental car attached to it. Make sure, I promise you, it's gonna save your life. So I didn't come out of that much thanks to full coverage. But I still came out of money. Money on top of money on top of money on top of money. So I finally announced that I was relocating to Atlanta, Georgia. I had a going away party. And I never felt so excited. I invited close friends and family, and it was just, I felt the next momentum coming. I was happy. And right January 1st, 2021 is when I decided to set foot in Georgia, sir. When I got here, I thought it was gonna be a little smooth to get a job, but no, it was not at all. It took me all the way to the end of the month to get a job. But when I finally got a job, it was a blessing. They reached out to me. It was one of the highest jobs they ever paid me. But it was also a contract job. So I worked on there for 4 months. I got a chance to go to different locations. So I was able to see Georgia for what it was. And when I got here, all I knew is I wanted to motivate and inspire, nothing past that. And when I was doing that, I got a chance to meet people and kind of find my way around better. So when the contract ended, I decided to go to New York, visit for 2 weeks, visit my girlfriend and my dog. I haven't seen them. She went to New York. I came to Georgia. It's my first time there. I love traveling. If you know me, I'm taking flights, no feelings. So it was just amazing to be somewhere to see the Empire State Building, see the Statue of Liberty, ride on the ferry. But to remind you, I had to look for a job coming back. So I was in the midst of doing that. And I was there for 2 weeks. Hey, if you ever been to New York, it's not cheap. It ain't cheap. You gotta have that bag. I'm just saying. So when I went there, I was spending a lot of money. So at the end of my trip, I had a job lined up and I got back home. It was a marketing job, but it was not me. I ended up walking off the very next day. Then I went to another job that didn't pay enough. Stayed there for 4 days. I had to go. Couldn't take it. Then I had one more job and it was too much physical work. Literally, it was one person for a job of 3. I don't know who they thought they was playing with. I had to go there too. And this was a 2-week span. And this was bringing me down and stressing me out because usually the last couple of jobs I've been on for 2 years. So I actually liked them for a certain period of time. And it started bringing me down. And I was just trying to figure out, why was I in this position? Why is this doing this to me? How does this keep happening to me? I felt like I just moved when I moved at the beginning of the year searching for a job. But I decided to do a project to get me out of that slump. And I'm going to get back to that at the end. So I started listening to more motivational speakers like Les Brown, Forbes Wiley, Evan Carmichael, Eric Thomas, all these people, John D. Martini, and getting my soul filled. And I had to have some mental connections with the Lord. And I asked him, like, what do I need to do? And he said, motivate and inspire. And that's when I decided to start seeing how I can become an empowerment speaker. And also I'm working on getting my life coach certification. So I just started that program too. So taking the right necessary steps. And I want to tell you something that I heard from Les Brown this morning. He said he's full of versatility with nothing but ability. Woo! Let me say that one more time. Full of versatility with nothing but ability. So you walk into that, you got all the tools inside of you. And when you don't have it, you go get it. And you can never be conquered. So as I'm getting these tools, I'm starting feeling the motivation, hearing more people, seeing more people, hearing how they getting fired up. And I took another step by joining Hungry to Speak community, being mentored by Les Brown. It's like, forget trying to catch them all the way up there. How about jump on the same ship of some powerful people, get to know them better, and they help you and you build a connection with them. So I started really meeting a lot of like-minded people in the organization. I'm starting making good friendships. That's even how I got introduced to Clubhouse. I had zero clue. And man, one thing else I want to show you that Les Brown says, the most important bet is on yourself. The most important hand to play is at the end of your wrist. Woo! Let me say that one more time so y'all can hear it. So the people in the back can hear it. The most important bet is to make on yourself. The most important bet to play, most important card to play is at the end of your wrist. You got it. You can never be defeated if you keep going. And as I'm getting familiar with all these people, that's how I walked into the faith of getting introduced to virtual summits and just jumping forward, just taking that leap of faith because I'm done being disobedient. My biggest fear is dying with my gifts in me tomorrow and not using them today. So that's why I'm in front of y'all today. And as I keep moving and keep climbing, I'm getting more virtual summits set up. And then next thing you know, the beginning of August, I'm traveling to New York to visit Les Brown and meet the community. It felt so good to catch sacrifice time, sacrifice money for what my passion. And this is what you do when you walk into your passion. You do whatever it takes, however you move and groove, you're gonna do it. So this September, my birthday just passed on the 8th. I just turned 28. And remember the project that I was telling y'all about that I had to get out that hole with? So what I decided to do was be an author of my first book, my motivational book. I am motivation, I am success. Inspirational quotes to unleash your greatness. This is something that I wanted to do 2-3 years ago, but I always made excuses. I didn't have enough time. I didn't feel like doing it. But remember when I was telling you, when I actually created, I wasn't myself. I was down, I was stressed out. I was looking for a job, I was low on money. So I'm saying this to tell you this. Sometimes when you feel lost, confused, like you feel like you took a step back, it's a reason why you sitting back. It's a reason why you trying to figure out and pull things out, because God is telling you to do something. Pull that gift outside of you. I never thought I was going to be an author, but I am now. First generation author. This is amazing. Like all this stuff, when I got my book in the mail, it brought me tears of joy. I didn't have a plan to be an empowerment speaker. I didn't have a plan to be a growth development coach or an author. I trusted my faith and my passion and the grieving of my loved ones, losing my father 8 years ago, losing my grandmother 4 years ago. I want to make them proud. I want to make a difference in my community and in my society. So I had to do what it takes to be that change that I want to see. I wanted to be intentional about everything I do. I got tired of procrastinating. When you sick and tired of being sick and tired, you the only one that can change that. So not only I'm gonna just talk about it, but I'm also gonna do action about it, and also speak about it and show it. So, and I also advocate financial freedom, generational wealth, and early retirement is the way to go. We got to continue to grow in the right direction. There's nothing wrong with working a job, but have some plans beside of that. And as I land my plane, I want to share with you, you do have greatness in you. You are worth, and you walk into your passion full force. When you sick and tired of you being sick and tired, you constantly saying all these doors smack you. That means jump away from the doors and go another route, please. And I am Kendall Meyer, Mr. Overcomer. Every mountain that I come across, I get over, and I also show people the path over the mountain. Thank y'all. Stay blessed.
Little bro, man, that's a blessing to have you in the team, man. And to all my kings and queens, that's...
You muted, bro.
You're muted, Sean. All right, cool. My bad, y'all, my bad. But yeah, little bro, man, look, it's great to have you part of the team, man. Like literally, man, you mad young and you doing it, man. I'm proud of you, man. To all my kings and queens that's viewing, I hope y'all taking notes, because I was sending y'all this link and I was telling y'all that's my little brother. Y'all asked me questions. Who's the guy that dreads? That's my little brother. So look, I hope you guys taking notes, because he's bringing out fire, guys. Again, Mr. Overcomer. Guys, we all go through it, guys. We all go through it. But we got to overcome it. We got to press forward. So, man, it's a blessing to have you in the summit. It's a blessing to have you in my life, little bro. And I can't wait to build with you, man. Got you on the mental app, on the wisdom app. And it's going to be some great things, man. So I'm looking forward to it, man. Man, look, continue speaking, man. Continue speaking, man. I'm telling you, you're going to be powerful, man.
Thank you, man. Speakers speak, man. And I really want to make a change. And I got to be, I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, where it's very dangerous. And I want to be like, I had to leave so I can do things for my hometown, so I can actually instill things. I want to feel like something body before I go back. My goal.
You being an example in your neighborhood. So when you go back, all your friends who try to hold you back, they going to look at you and say, man, what'd you do, Kendall? Could you show me the way? You know what I mean? Because they're stuck on their environment. You left your environment and became phenomenal. Now you have the opportunity to go back and show the way. And I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you, bro.
So always, little bro. So that being said, guys, our next, and look, guys, you was blown away by his speech. Man, you ain't ready for the next one, man, because look, our whole summit, we got fire, man. We got fire coming all night long, people. So we got a poet that's coming on next, guys. Please, man, please sit back and relax, because she's going to drop some gems with this poet. Her name is Illustrious the Poet, guys. And her bio, I'm going to read her bio for you. She's a mother, a nurturer, a poet, a self-love discipline. She was born and raised in Miami. She's from Florida, guys. She's from my home state. So please, people who viewing in Florida, show some love right now, man. People in Florida right now, we got Floridian on the mic, people. So please show some love for this Floridian. And a little bit more real quick. She was born in Florida. She grew up in the 80s. And Illustrious discovered her love for writing at the age of 9, guys. She started off writing her thoughts and emotions for therapeutic purposes in her diary, which later on evolved into poetry. So, guys, she took the time and initiative on her own, and literally now she's phenomenal. You know what I mean? And I'm proud of you, Queen. The mic is yours, and all the viewers and listeners, please sit back and relax, because she's gonna drop a phenomenal poem. All you, Queen.
Thank you guys so much. I love that intro. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for having me. It's a blessing to be here. But I have this poem. It's called Deja Vu. Deja vu. My mind has never met you, but my heart is so familiar with you. Like an accustomed sentimentality, just like each and every morning dew. Unexpected concurrences are sometimes arranged by charismatic souls long before physical entities meet. Rigorous connections that feel so familiar, almost like a cadence hue that's gradually subdued gracefully with elements, all while the heart beats on the same rhythm as both soul drum beats. Sometimes soulmates comes around just to serve a certain purpose only, just to remind you that it's okay to live blissfully or be redirected to where you need to be. Different times, different paths collide, mirror minds subsides while reality speaks and expose you to the true meaningful flashes of life that is more amplified, and yet I remain mystified. Deja vu. My mind has never met you, but my heart is so familiar with you. Like an accustomed sentimentality, I remember just like each and every morning dew. Butterflies swimming deep down in my core, even your scent, I'm accustomed, smell like I've already explored. This stage has played the same tune before, pausing and rewinding while our past shadow sits in the audience, rooting for an encore. Fire burns slow, easily without any effort. Shared thoughts become pleasures. Ambience working behind the scenes with their own unpretentious endeavors. Magically, our paintbrushes dance along our canvases and colored rain on our deserts, causing flowers to bloom in present continuous situations and intensely impactful, unexplained elations. This deja vu has taken my lifetime to a modest mentation. No matter what I'll do, it'll always start with a modest mentation. Deja vu. My mind has never met you, but my heart is so familiar with you. Like an accustomed sentimentality, I remember just like each and every morning dew. Thank you.
Wow, Illustrious, that was amazing. So beautiful, so poetic, and that's exactly what this Healing Summit is all about, bringing that poetic justice all to us. Gorgeous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So up next,
I love that. I just want to give you gems real quick. I love that poem. I hope people who is viewing and listening love that poem, guys. Leave comments, show love to the summit, guys. Please blow those comments up if you guys are viewing. And thank you, Queen, for that poem.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So next up, we have an artist that's coming to us all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Vijay Ramkissoon is a household name in Trinidad. He was actually a finalist in the 2019 Soca Chutney Monarch competitions, which is a big competition in Trinidad and Tobago. And like I said in the beginning of this summit, this is a global summit. So we do have artists and performers all around the globe. So I'm so happy to introduce Vijay Ramkissoon. I think Mahatma's queuing it up in the meantime.
चंदा तुझे हो देखने को निकला करता है आईना भी हो दीदार को तरसा करता है हंसी कोई नहीं, जितनी हंसी कोई नहीं, उसने दोनों जहां का एक तुझ में सिमट के आया। तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए। हाँ तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए। प्यार कभी हो मरता नहीं, हम तुम मरते हैं, होते हैं वो लोग अमर। प्यार जो करते हैं, जितनी अदा उतनी वफा, जितनी अदा उतनी वफा। उस नजर प्यार से देख लो, फिर से जिंदा कर दो। तुम मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए। हाँ तुम मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए। ना हो तू उदास, तेरे पास पास मैं रहूंगा जिंदगी भर। ना हो तू उदास, तेरे पास पास मैं रहूंगा जिंदगी भर। सारे संसार का प्यार मैंने तुझी से पाया। तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए।
Wow, thank you, thank you. That was an amazing performance by Vijay Ramkisoon. I want to bring up Ramona Rogers. Ramona, are you in the house with us?
I most certainly am, Jennifer.
How are you doing? How'd you like
Absolutely.
that performance? You know, that's a little bit of my world.
I know, right?
That is a little bit of my world. Being from, my parents are originally from Trinidad and Tobago, and although I was born here,
Wow.
the Indian culture is so important to me, and that's how I grew up. And so he's one of my favorite artists coming out of Trinidad in terms of the Indian culture. So that represents a little bit of me.
Absolutely. I love it, love it, love it. Anytime, I'm a music connoisseur, so I love all types of music. So I have a hard time when I'm hearing it, staying in my seat and sitting still. So, so I'm crying, but I'm thoroughly enjoying each and every one of the speakers, the performers, illustrious poet, absolutely phenomenal poetry. We already heard her perform for us once before, and we knew then that we had to have her here. And she's from my hometown. So giving you a little bit about where I'm from, my home state, I should say. So Miami, Florida is where I'm originally from. Yep. So absolutely, but now in Georgia for the last 15 years. So transplant.
Oh, that's so nice. And she was amazing. So we have performers from all over that are so amazing, really do.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. All of the performers and speakers, Kiana Del Rey was also awesome. Mad Value, dropping all of those health tidbits and things of that nature. And you, of course, and then Refresher is dropping nuggets, of course, and Kendall. Oh my God, always Mad Value. Every time that he speaks, such a powerful speaker as well. So thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Ramona. And you know what? I wanted you to also talk a little bit about one of our sponsors, Nikki Dare. Nikki Dare is one
Oh
of
my
our top
goodness.
sponsors. And I
Yes.
just have to say out of my heart, Nikki is such a compassionate person who really has gone out of her way to support this event, number one, and to support this endeavor. And she really just has done so much for us. So I do want to give her a special shout out. Thank you to Nikki Dare for everything she has done to
Absolutely.
support this event. And Ramona, tell us a little bit about the I Dare Care with Nikki Dare.
Yes, well, Nikki Dare is a phenomenal queen, woman in her own right, and awesome servant leader. She cares about people. She wants to see people win. She will give you the shirt off of her back, literally, if she feels like you really need it. So with that said, we always want to honor her because she definitely reaches out and supports each and every one of us. And I don't think there's anybody on this stage, on this platform, in this summit tonight that has not been touched or moved by her in some way, shape, or form. Whether it be that you have books that you have written and you're being honored and given the opportunity to share those books, because a lot of times authors have to go through hoops and travel and set up shop and do speaking engagements and do all sorts of things, time-consuming work, the real work, right, behind promoting and marketing their books and their work. And what they do, she and another awesome servant leader, who is Jonathan Kimbrough. They're both LinkedIn experts. They have a huge following and a huge connection of supporters on LinkedIn. And every Tuesday, as a matter of fact, when they're featuring these authors, there's always one featured author, for one. And two, there's over 100,000 viewers that they have access to that plug in to that authored feature room that they actually do. So with that said, we definitely want to honor her. She is definitely a huge sponsor and has been from the beginning of the Healing and Motivational Summit. And I knew right away that that's why I didn't blink an eye when I was asked to co-host, because I knew that if there was anything that Nikki Dare stood behind, that it meant something and that it was definitely going to leave an impact. And that is ultimately what my goal is to impact that 1 million women globally. So with that said, yes, icaredare.org. Let me repeat that. icaredare.org is her charity organization that you can actually contribute to by going to that particular site, idarecare.org. If you also shop with Amazon, they have an awesome feature on their site where you can actually choose the charity of your choice that you want them to actually contribute a small amount of the proceeds from whatever supplies and things of that nature that you actually purchase to the charity of your choice. So we're going to encourage, especially since the holiday season is coming and it's hurricane season and everybody's kind of shopping for those types of things. And we have disasters going on around the world right now, right? I believe just today, I think I saw an article where there was a 4.3 earthquake in some part of California. If it wasn't today, probably just yesterday. We already know that there was a huge earthquake in Haiti. We already know that we all know someone in one of these places, right? As well as the hurricanes that just went through Louisiana, I think it was, that destroyed and created so much devastation and flooding in all these other surrounding cities and states that were affected. So with that said, anytime that you are ordering emergency supplies, that's primarily what her organization actually focuses on, is providing emergency supplies and things of that nature to some of these devastated areas that have been hit by, regardless of what the actual devastation is or the natural disaster is. Her organization will make sure that some of these emergency supplies are sent and delivered to all of the necessary people who need them in these areas. So with that said, icaredare.org is the organization that you want to select if you are shopping with Amazon as your designated charity that will get a small portion of the proceeds of whatever it is that you have shopped for. And this particular charity is definitely a reputable charity that has helped thousands, whether it be cleaning up the beaches. And I believe she just said this and shared this with us in one of the recent club rooms on Clubhouse, where if she sees something that needs to be done, she just gets it done. And that is what perfectly describes Nikki Dare and Jonathan Kimbrough. They get it done. And Jonathan Kimbrough is also a good friend of hers as well. As I mentioned, a LinkedIn expert, I believe over 86,000 viewers. They were so supportive that they shared the flyer from the Healing and Motivational Summit repeatedly throughout all of LinkedIn, and on their social media sites. I was tagged on several of them. She was tagging me on several of them just today. I definitely reached out to her because I know that she was traveling with her husband and taking a few much needed days off. And she was definitely interested in catching up and asking how the summit went. And I told her it went off without a hitch. And it was a great motivational and inspirational summit, and message after message and powerhouse after powerhouse delivered, over delivered, in fact. So with that said, Jonathan Kimbrough also has his own charity, and it is called the Resilient Institute. And you can also follow him as well at the Resilient Institute on Instagram, and go to all of their LinkedIn sites as well, and pages, and follow them there. Follow them on Clubhouse also. They have rooms every single day, multiple rooms every single day. Each one of them have their own, maybe 5 or 6 clubs each, and they host some of the most thought-provoking, educational, inspirational, and motivational rooms on Clubhouse as well. I was just in a room last night with someone who she actually connected me to. I connected with some other awesome people just last night, and we're getting ready to launch some things and work together and things of that nature. So I definitely am grateful for them connecting me to all of these awesome people that I've been able to connect with as well by being connected to them. So with that said, that is Nikki Dare.
Nikki's amazing. Thank you
Yes.
so much for that sponsor info about Nikki Dare and Jonathan Kimbrough. We definitely want to give them a shout out for being a part of the summit and always supporting. So thank you so much. So Ramona, our next speaker is somebody that you know very well, Deshaun Williams. I know he's here live, but unfortunately he's still working. So I wanted you to talk a little bit about Deshaun, because he's another amazing speaker, so motivational. And I was actually had the pleasure of being in a room today with Deshaun and GT Garnett Thompson, and we were playing a game of coming up with some inspirational quotes, and it was a battle that we were all 3 of us to go back and forth. It was so much fun, and
always fun, right?
It is, and he was coming up with all these nice inspirational, motivational quotes and sayings, and it was just a powerhouse of fun. And I want you to talk a little bit about Deshaun and introduce him, because he is our next speaker. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here live with us, but that's okay.
Right. Absolutely, absolutely. I definitely sent him the link and made sure that he got into this room to get a feel for being surrounded by all of these awesome speakers and performers and artists and things of that nature. So I got to speak with him a little bit earlier, and I'm not sure if he's still on the Zoom. However, Deshaun Williams is an absolutely wonderful young man. I believe he's 25 or 26 years old. He just joined me in another business venture as well. So that's how motivated he is to getting it done, getting it right, and connecting to the right opportunities, connecting to the right people. He is a phenomenal speaker in his own right. He is wise beyond his years as well. When you listen to him and his speeches, you just don't think that he's as young as he actually is. So I want to definitely honor him. I want to call him out for exactly what he is. He is definitely an awesome young man. He's making strides, and I can't wait to see where this journey of speaking takes him. He definitely has been honored and featured in several magazine periodicals as well. He sent me some of those articles as well and shared them with me. So we want to definitely honor him for that as well. I could not tell you the names of several of them. It's more than a few, 3 to 4, at least, that I know about. And I believe he shared a few more that were upcoming that he had just got notified on, as well as he has won several awards. He was in speaking competitions and things of that nature. As recent as a month and a half ago or so, he was in Orlando, and he was in a speaking competition there. He is also getting ready to be a part of another summit that's happening right now.
You know what's so amazing, Ramona? He's so young. I heard him today telling us his age. I'm like, oh God, Deshaun.
Yes, isn't it amazing? Amazing.
And that goes to show you that anything is possible at any age. And Deshaun is a hard worker. He's so compassionate, and I love that about him. So it doesn't age is no matter here. So with that, I want to bring up Deshaun. Mahatma, can we queue up Deshaun in the queue?
Awesome. Congratulations, Deshaun, if you could hear us.
Hello and welcome to the Global Healing and Motivational Summit. I am Deshaun Williams, And I just want to say today's topic is going to be, are you a leader or are you a follower? And I just want to say, first off, it is such an honor for each and every one of you to be listening in on this summit. And I know that you have definitely gained a lot of important and valuable information and knowledge from the speakers so far. So, are you a leader or are you a follower? You may be asking, well, how can I dictate if I'm a leader or a follower? You know, a lot of people believe that they are leaders, but in all honesty, they are followers. And the ones that they believe are followers are truly leaders, but they are leaders in disguise. You may be asking, how do I know this, or why do I say this? So, here's why. When you are a leader, what separates the leader from the follower? Just want you to think about that just a little bit. What separates a leader from a follower? So, here's one thing that separates the leader from the follower. A follower will follow the crowd, and they will follow what society says. Society says that you need to dress a certain way. Society says that you need to speak a certain way. Society says you must look a certain way. But a leader will go out of their way to break everything that society says needs to be in place in order to be successful. Excuse me. And one thing that I have definitely learned, and I think that each one of you will definitely learn, is as a leader, you cannot worry about what other people say. You cannot worry about what society says. Why do you say this, Deshaun? Because let's take me for an example. I was told that I would never be able to inspire, achieve, or motivate or coach others because I struggle with extreme depression. Extreme depression. Now, why did I get told that? Because I was in the hospital for a suicide attempt. Trigger alert. So, instead of me being a follower and saying, well, society says that I cannot do this, then it must be true. I decided to say, you know, society says I can't do that, but I'm going to show them what I can do. I'm going to show them just exactly what I can do. Since that day, I have broken the chains of what society says must be in place to be successful. Yes, I still go through my trials. Yes, I still have my errors. But one thing about me, I have never followed a stray of others who do not know where they are going. That's another thing. A leader has a plan. They have a map. And they know that even though they have their game plan and their map of where they want to go, it may not always end up the way they want it to go. Whereas a follower, they are just following someone because this person said, hey, follow me. I have this awesome design for you that's going to help you make this much money in this month. Hey, I have this amazing computer, for example. You know, it can do everything that you ever imagine. All you got to do is pay this much money. But they never wrote out the game plan of where they want to go. So, where do I sit on this, I sit on as a leader. And the reason why I sit as a leader is because I did not take what society said and how society defined me. I decided that society wrote that label, and I was going to tear that label off. So many of us, we take the chains and the shackles and the labels and the titles and what people have to say about us, and we take that to heart. We put that in our mind, and we carry those for life. When we're carrying those, we no longer become a leader. We become that follower. And that's what society wants. They want to be able to hold you in that spot. But this is what you can do. You can take every label, every chain, every shackle that society has ever placed on you, every name that has ever been called, that you have ever been called. You can take those and you can say, you know what? You say I am this, but I know that I am this. You say I cannot achieve this, but I know that I can. You are asking how. I'd rather you see instead of me showing. Because here's the thing as a leader. A leader will tell you so many steps of what they are going to do. They're going to show you more steps than what they originally told you. Makes sense? Makes sense. The reason why is because the facts tell, but when it actually comes into play and it works out and you have a story behind it, I know that y'all have heard facts tell, but stories sell. I'm not here to sell you a service. I'm not here to sell you on me. I'm here to tell you, you must decide if you are a leader or if you are a follower. One thing about being a leader is so many people that you thought was your friends, you will soon find out they are not your friends. But from one leader to another leader, this is your time. This is your stage. If you thought that because your life is a mess and because you don't have everything figured out, that now it's not the perfect time, I want to tell you, you are absolutely wrong. This is the perfect time to step into your next season, to step into your next business launch, to step into whatever it is that you may be putting on the back burner. Why do I say that this is the perfect time as a leader? Because leaders, iron sharpens iron. You're going through the fire. You're coming out even stronger. Because what was originally just a grain of sand eventually becomes a pearl. And as a leader, you start off as a grain of sand and you get molded into that pearl. You get molded into what you are called to be. How? Because you reclaimed who you are. You found out your worth. Your confidence levels have risen. So, as a leader, go ahead, take your next step. Stop being the follower, because you cannot always follow the masses. Why? Because sometimes the M is silent. I'll let y'all catch on to that. But be careful, because even as a leader, you have to be able to lead your people, but you also must be able to demonstrate the skills that it takes to be a leader. What do I mean by this? So, August 29th, 2021, my car breaks down. I'm left on the side of the road. And I tell others that In order to be successful, you must persevere, you must have the determination, you must have the grit and the grind to keep going. Most people, when their car give out on the side of the road, they're just gonna sit there and wait until somebody comes and picks them up. I did not. My security uniform, shirt, I had on. I got my charger and I got my car keys and I had on a roughly 30-pound book bag and I walked 12 miles. While I was walking those miles, I went live on Facebook, but I also made a video. It was posted on Instagram. And I said, when you are a leader, you don't give up. You persevere and you push through the pain. There are days that you are going to feel like giving up. But those days are when you need to push yourself the hardest, because those are the days that's going to make you the strongest. Once again, I am Deshaun Williams, and I hope that today you decide to stop being a follower and step into your new life and your new path as a leader.
Thank you, Deshaun. That was an amazing, amazing step into your purpose. Are you a leader or are you a follower? We all want to be a leader, right? Make sure that know this is your season. Don't put it on the back burner. What a powerful message, Deshaun. Thank you so much. I have the pleasure of introducing one of our next speakers, Lamar Cheston. Lamar Cheston is a wonderful actor, best known in his role right now in Law and Order. He's also been seen in Forest Whitaker's The Godfathers of Harlem and Epics. He was also in Hulu's Wu-Tang Saga. He's just an all-around amazing actor and person, and I became friends with him recently. And you know, I will tell you the quick story that we did a little thing together for when we were talking about our professions for a school in Brooklyn, a kids' school in Brooklyn. And I saw him speaking, I heard him speaking, and I was just so impressed by him. And I actually stalked him on Facebook, because that's what I do, people that I want to reach out to. And I said, Lamar, would you mind doing a podcast with me? And he said, absolutely. And he didn't know me from a hole in the wall. And he gave me the opportunity and he gave me the chance to do a podcast and a webinar. And I began to learn more about him and all of his amazing work. And he's so compassionate and he's so dedicated to helping others and especially children as well. So I'm so happy to have him on board for this summit and that he agreed to do a couple slots for us. He will be doing a monologue later on or tomorrow possibly, but I do have a video that he sent us to talk a little bit about something that's close to his heart and that he's a little passionate about. So with that, I'm passing it on to Mahatma to cue up the video for Lamar Cheston, a dear friend and actor.
Greetings, family. My name is Lamar K. Cheston, and I pray that all is well. First off, I would like to say thank you to Jennifer and the rest of her staff for this beautiful summit that you put together. I know that you worked hard behind the scenes, and you were truly appreciated. I won't be before you long, but I would like to share something with you since mental health is very important to me and how I live my life. Now, I'm an actor by trade. I left my job about 5 years ago to pursue acting full-time. Being an actor, I have to allow myself to be vulnerable, but at the same time, that vulnerability is told no. That vulnerability is told not right now. That vulnerability is told it's okay, maybe next time. So me thinking that and allowing myself to be vulnerable, it started to seep into my life. I started to question myself. Am I able to do it? Am I good enough to do it? If I can't do it, then what else can I do? So I had to step back. I had to divorce myself from the work and say, you are good enough. So what did I do? I meditated. I did yoga. I stretched. I played video games. I did things that would put me in a good mental space so the next time I enter that audition space, my mind could be free, I could be clear, and I'm able to operate at 100%. Thank you for your time, family. I truly appreciate this, and I'm going to leave you with something right now, a little bit of my art to share with you. Have a blessed day. You keep thinking this is me. You act like I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Was I not able to answer your call fast enough? When it's only 8 of us working 4 different schools in one building, did I not reach you fast enough? Did I not run from one hallway to another at a speed that makes you satisfied? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that while I'm here, barely breaking minimum wage, dealing with the attitudes of 100 teens and teachers per minute, that I'm not a suitable servant to your beck and call. I do what I fucking can. I'm not Cox. Sitting up here stealing computers from the school lab or Bender, no flirting with teenage girls. No, I'm Dune. I'm the last of the good guys, wearing a uniform, greeting kids with a smile when they enter the building. I try to make a sunny day out of shit and not answer every call I get at that security desk. I do my job, damn it. And Lori, sometimes the job gets the better of you. That shit happens. But don't go bringing me down with you. You get into trouble, you get early retirement. You want to know what I get? I do my damn job.
There was an amazing performance from Lamar Cheston. I appreciate his support. You know, you guys got to check him out. He's all over the place and he's been doing some great stuff. He's been in a couple of episodes of Law and Order. I know everybody on here knows Law and Order. And Forrest Whitaker, I was so amazed by that because he's one of my favorite actors as well. And of course, Wu-Tang. If you haven't checked it out, you got to check out Wu-Tang. It's really a good saga. And Forrest Whitaker, unfortunately, the Godfather of Harlem. I don't have epics, but I've been checking out the commercials and the short clips that Lamar has been posting on his Instagram and Facebook. And he's just all over the place, a dynamic actor. So you do have to look out for him. Keep a lookout for Lamar Cheston. With that, again, I want to just say a special thank you to everybody who has joined us on the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. Today is truly inspirational so far with this lineup of speakers and performers that we have. And it's just been, you know, one powerhouse after the other. So with that, I do want to keep it flowing a little bit. I want to introduce my Empowering Minds team. So this team of mine, Jenny Valina Monzon and Laura Rambros, we have formed something called the Empowering Minds team, where we have started putting together monthly webinars. And it's been such a great opportunity to do this with both of them. We've been having monthly webinars on different topics or just educating the community and bringing together different areas that we feel that we should highlight in the community. So with that, our topic today is actually about setting boundaries. Hey, Laura. Hey, Jenny. How are you guys doing?
Good. Thanks for having us on.
Yes, and I have to give my props. Like I said, the Empowering Minds team, we launched the Empowering Minds team a couple of months ago, or I think it was last year, I want to say.
Yeah, January was our first session.
Yeah, we had our first session in January, and since then we've been launching our webinars pretty much monthly. We had a webinar about entrepreneurship, about mental health awareness, about a lot of different topics that hit the community and really need to bring awareness. So today we thought about a wonderful topic that I think we're all sort of feeling in our own way, you know, setting boundaries. And this is something that I definitely experienced a lot this year. Once I became an entrepreneur and left my 9-to-5 job, it was all about how to juggle entrepreneurship as well as raising my family and being able to set those boundaries. Jenny, you are also an entrepreneur, and I know that you have struggled with this as well. Laura, you are a professor of psychology and you have a 4-year-old son. So we all kind of have that experience of putting this together. So I'd love to hear a little bit about how both of you are dealing with this and what are some tips and strategies that we can offer to others out there who may be struggling with this.
Yeah, definitely. So for those that don't know, I work full time, but I also have a business with my husband. I also recently launched my own business on my birthday, September 1st. So balancing work and life has been hard, if there is such a thing as work-life balance, really. So setting boundaries, I found personally for myself, was so important because I am a serial people pleaser. Hate saying no to people, always want to help everyone and anyone, right? But how I started learning, like, how was that leaving me? right? And my mental well-being and my physical well-being, because that left me overwhelmed, stressed out, burnt out, like just not feeling good, right? And I'm no good, to anyone, right? If I'm not taking care of myself, right? So that's why it's important to have to set your boundaries. It allows you to practice being assertive in saying no, right? Practice your self-care. And it's also when you set boundaries, you're not looking to hurt people in relationships. You're just trying to protect your peace and your health, right? So it's also knowing your non-negotiables, right? Like, what are your priorities? And it's being able to be uncomfortable, right? Like, get comfortable being uncomfortable. And I know, sorry, Laura, go ahead, because I know you probably have some fabulous tips.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Laura's waiting to jump in here. I love what you just said. What'd you say? It's okay to be uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, get uncomfortable being uncomfortable.
Get uncomfortable.
Exactly,
And that we always say that. And it's so true, because we are put into so many uncomfortable situations when it comes to how we are playing out our day and balancing out and wanting to do stuff for the kids and wanting to do stuff for ourselves. Where do you draw the line? You talked about self-care, self-love, Jenny. Yes, and this is something that we always reiterate. So Laura, let's hear it.
And I love the non-negotiables, absolutely. You have to stand by them, right? Because I noticed that people, if you don't, people will push, people will, so you have to stand by them. You have to stand by those principles. It's how you convey your respect, and then it's how others view you in that light as well, right?
Right. Sometimes it's just so hard to say no,
It is.
I know.
You
especially
have to
family members. Yeah.
Right. That's the thing, especially to family members. And then you feel so guilty after you do say no. And they're like, oh man, should I have done that?
Yeah.
But down in your heart, you just didn't have the time or, the strength to really put it out there. So
even like when it comes to the news, like it's just there's so much negativity that like I have to watch like what I watch, like I have to limit the what I expose myself to, like even if it's like movies, like with anything violent, anything emotionally that because you don't realize how like subconsciously you are absorbing this information, what you're seeing in media and in movies, and it can affect you, so I think that's a form of self-care as well, making sure that you're surrounding yourself with as much positive as possible. You're taking that self-care, and getting comfortable, honestly, with saying no and not having to explain that.
Yes,
right? That's
totally.
it. You don't need to, oh, because this, oh, because that. No, just no,
Right.
I know it's really uncomfortable at first. It is. But like there's a non-negotiable for me. Work, texts, emails, after 9, I'm like, no, even when I used to work physically, like on campus, I would just do all my work there, and I would try my best not to like take it with me and bring it home, like once I crossed, that threshold, I was like, okay, everything I left behind, everything's there on campus, and I'm home here. I'm present now with my family, right? This is where I want to be, which is really hard now. And doing this, that's what I think what was so hard, making that transition, right? It was just like, okay, like I'm working from home, working in my home. My home is work.
Right. And that in itself didn't have any boundaries when everybody was working from home and they got thrown into that. And Laura, I love what you're saying, because you're able to leave your work at your work and come home and take that peace of mind for yourself. And I will say for myself, and I know Jenny feels the same, when you're having your own business, it's so difficult to do that, because I will tell you, I'm up sometimes way past the hours that I should be doing work, and I have to do it. I feel like accountable to myself. So Jenny, I know you're struggling with the same thing. How do we handle that? How do we set those boundaries to say, listen, we're accountable. We know this is our business. We're entrepreneurs. We want to build our business, right? We want to put in all the effort and time we can. But again, we got to make sure we're pouring into our own cups as individuals and as women, as moms, and as wives or whatever. And I think that it's important that we learn how can we help ourselves while helping our families.
Absolutely. Like being in business with my husband for the past like 3 years, it's a thin line between where, you know, work ends and then like marriage, you know, starts, or vice versa, right? Because it's like we're always talking about work, right? Because there always needs to be something done, right, within the business.
Right.
But that's when, like I mentioned before, you have to set your priorities, right? You have to know what your non-negotiables are. You have to schedule things as well. You know, like Laura said, she will stop at 9 p.m., you know, so that she allows probably herself like to have her nighttime routine, you know, and like unwind from the crazy day. So it's just doing things like that. I think that it's important to check in with yourself to see how you're feeling, because like for me personally, it's a Saturday, right? I should be kind of relaxing, but earlier today I was like, oh my gosh, I think I'm stressed out because I haven't had a moment to sit down and relax. As soon as I woke up, I was on the go. I had to do all these
That's
things.
every day. Exactly.
Yeah. And so I was like, well, maybe tomorrow, you know, is Sunday. I'm going to use that as my day of rest. I say that, but I'm probably going to end up doing a little bit of work, but like, you know, maybe for a short period of time. So it's really just really being like serious and scheduling like, you know, that time for yourself. And you just have to be assertive with your boundaries when people are testing them, because people will test them. They will.
Right. And it happens all the time. And then like we go back to saying it happens with family. And I think one of the key components in trying to balance out is maybe having a compromise. So maybe learning to compromise with your friends and family on what needs to get done, when it needs to get done. One of the things I will say I'm horrible at, and I think Jenny, you're pretty good at this, is having a calendar and being really organized of like what is happening when. Yeah. I mean, we have a little whiteboard in my house, and then we put up when the kids have their activities, and I try to put up when I have my webinars or things going on. But I gotta tell you, it's so difficult to keep track of those things. So I think a calendar might help. What do you ladies think? Have you guys used calendars? I'm not one to do it, so I won't lie.
You know, I use my color-coded Google Calendar. I got everything on here.
I know she had it color-coded. She's so organized. And Miss Organization over there, Laura, she's the worst. Yes. You gotta have something going on. Tell us, Laura. Share.
I set reminders and alarms for myself. Nice. And actually, I'm old school. I still write things down. You know, when I write things down, you remember. You know, so I write things down.
Like a list, right?
Little notes, my little post-its, you know, and I'm good with that. And I remember, I'm like, you know, I wrote that down. I know I have it somewhere, you know, so I'll try to like keep all my little, like, here's another one I just found. I'm like, oh my God. So yeah, like, you know, I have like all my notes around me. But it's true, you know, you remember things that you write down. And that's how you also tell someone, let others hold you accountable, right? By telling them, right? Telling them about, like, hey, this is my plan. Hey, how's that going?
Communicating clearly.
Right. Communication is key. We always say that. Yeah, absolutely. And it really is about making sure that you're taking that time for yourself always too, because I know it's so hard that we don't often take that time for ourselves. We don't take that space. So we step back and say, all right, you know, I had enough today. Maybe I'll go I was saying yesterday, I don't remember the last time I had a manicure and pedicure. I don't remember the last time I got my hair done. I don't remember the last time I've done so many things. And all that, again, just goes back to taking care of yourself and really pouring into your own cup while you want to help others. And definitely that makes sense. So, you know, setting boundaries is one of those important conversations that as moms, we definitely want to bring up. And this is everybody dealing with this, entrepreneurs, everybody in different mindsets are trying to figure out how to make that balance work, right?
And everyone's different, so what works for you may not work for me, you know, like, so you just have to figure that out,
right?
But just remember that setting boundaries is really about protecting yourself and your peace, you know, and the relationship, because respect goes both ways, right? So as long as you communicate that clearly, then hopefully there won't be any issues. But
right. And one of the important things to remember about setting boundaries is that you want to avoid burnout. And I know that we talk a lot about this, and I've been talking to a lot of people. Burnout is real, and it can seriously happen. And I felt like I was even on the verge of that recently, because I was just doing so much at one time and involved in so many different projects. And you sit back and you say, oh, this is just, I don't know if I have it in me anymore to keep going creatively. And I know we talked a little bit about this, Laura and Jenny, about having that, you know, we're always constantly creating, but are we actually taking a step back to say, you know, are we consuming enough? Maybe we're creating too much, but not consuming enough, which can lead to burnout, or even vice versa, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah, a lot.
you don't want to be overwhelmed, right? So you want to make sure that you're not burning your like you said, burning yourself out, like
Right.
taking on too many things. You're like, okay, you
Mhm.
know what? This is what I should prioritize right now, right? I think it's a matter of just like what is most urgent, what is most important, and like really designating, right? What
Right.
that is, like finding that difference, but like, okay, this is really what I should work on now. And if I feel like it, then okay, I'll work on something else. But
Right.
if not, hey, you take that breather. You take some time for yourself and you're like, this is something I'm going to have to come back to when I have the energy and it's like you're doing double the work then, right? If you're fighting with yourself, from exhaustion, from feeling so overwhelmed. And so what's the point, right? So
Right.
you might as
Right.
well just take a step back and be like, okay, I'm gonna work on this now. But when I got that rest, maybe in the morning with a fresh start, some coffee, some, something where you're just like, all right, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really important that we all recognize that burnout is real. Burnout can definitely happen.
Mhm.
And that's a conversation we wanted to bring up today. Make sure you are setting boundaries, whether you are working for a company, organization, you are working for yourself, you're an entrepreneur, you're a mom, stay-at-home mom, which is one of the most important jobs is being a stay-at-home mom as well. And you have to set those boundaries. You have to make sure you're looking out for yourself. And any lasting thoughts or tips or strategies for everybody listening, ladies?
No, you can do it.
Yes, that's our motto.
You have to. You have no choice. Otherwise, you're going to burn out.
I gotta tell you, Jenny has been one of my best friends for years, and she's always Miss Positivity. I always turn to her for what I'm looking for, a little positive, upliftment. So she's Positive Polly, we like to call her.
Mhm.
And Laura is Miss Organization. So just to tell you guys a little bit about them.
Well, I'm gonna share a pun here. No rebounding on your boundaries, okay?
Ooh,
Love
good
it.
one.
Love it. Love a good one, Laurie. See,
Mic
you
drop.
come with those nuggets. You just dropped
Well,
that one there.
No.
Thank you, ladies, so much. And
Thank
again, the
you.
Empowering Minds team, I'm so grateful to both of you, and thank you for always supporting. And we will be on tomorrow. Again, we have another great Empowering Minds talk that we'll be presenting. So everybody stay tuned for that. And again, Jenny, Laura, I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I do want to, I know we have a couple more people in the queue. I see that one of my favorite people is here. And I say favorite because I walked into a room on Clubhouse a couple weeks ago. Well, virtually went in, I have to say, and Coach Light, Wayne Coach Light Brown, this is his room, and it was all about positivity. And he's probably one of the first rooms that I would say I went into on Clubhouse. And as I went in, of course, I had warm breathing, and I felt so at ease, so at peace when I went into his room. And there was not that many people there. And we started talking about, how to stay positive, how to stay uplifted. And he's all about making sure that everybody has that dose of motivation and positivity in the morning. He's just an amazing person. And from the minute that I met him, he's constantly been supporting everything that I'm doing. He's been a huge supporter of this summit, of this event. And I'm just so proud to be able to have him on board. I'm really humbled by his presence because I think he's just an awesome person who brings so much value to the table. And Coach Light, I want to say thank you so much for always being there and supporting not only myself, but the community as well. Again, I know you had a room just recently about homeschooling and making sure that people in our community understood what was happening. And you brought that situation to focus, which is one of the things that I really, truly admire about you, that you're always looking out for the community and making sure that we bring these issues to the table, to the forefront. So with that, Coach Light, I'm so happy that you've come on board, and I would love to have you hit the stage. I hope you are here, Coach Light.
Yes, I am. I am. I am here, Jen. I am here.
Hello, Coach Light. How are you?
Can you guys hear me well?
We can hear you.
Right. Just as a quick disclaimer, if you hear some noise in the background, that is a 10-year-old. All right. So I was listening in on the last speakers, and also don't forget about the dads that's out here so daddying and so parenting. in the process, right? Work from home, right? In homeschooling. So
Yes, that's what I said. You're doing an amazing job, Coach Light. An amazing job.
Shout outs to all the homeschool parents and all the parents navigating, our new times and elevating our future leaders. And Jen, thank you again for having me here, and all the rest of your team and partners and all the other speakers here for the summit, because we are all unified by heart, spirit, and minds. So I definitely needed to just give a shout out and just love, right? Peace and love to everyone. And hey, Jen, how long do I have? Let me know how long I have. I think I have about 18 minutes, right?
15 time, Coach Light.
All right.
Because it's you and because you're so special, I'll give you a little extra time, okay?
All right, perfect. So listen up, right? Jen said, positivity, right? And I was like, ooh, that word, positivity, right? But I'm gonna remix it. So I'm gonna bring the track around. If I was a DJ right now, right, I was gonna rewind that track, and I'm gonna give you another word, optimism, right? Just like that turntable, like that big O. Think of it like a track. Go chicka chicka. Everybody go chicka chicka, right? Reason why I'm saying that is because I want to remix, right? I want to mix it up, because what happens with us as individuals, what we're up to, right? We have to mix up. We have to turn our energy up in connection to who we are. So I'm going to play a track, right? Not music, but I'm going to play a vocal track. It's going to sound like something like you've heard before. And I'm going to take you down a track of negativity. What? Hold on, this is the Peace and Love Summit, right? Why are you speaking about, negativity, Coach Light? Why? Because you know what? We have to acknowledge, right? We have to sometimes acknowledge first what is in the room, but we're only going to take a brief moment in time and going through that, okay? And we're not going to play that track again, because you know what's going to happen? You get to open the sunroof, drop the top on your car, even if you don't have a car, right? You get to throw it away. You get to put it in the trash. If you're near the water, if you're near someplace, guess what? Throw it in the river. Please respect health. Please respect the earth. But you guys understand what I'm saying. You do not have to hold on to it. So here's how that track goes, right? It might be horrible. It might be irking. It might be agitated, right? It might be like irritating, nauseous, right? Grumpy. It can actually have you going a little mad in your mind, right? It can make you feel like all you have is what? Obstacles, right? It can also make you think that, all it is trials and tribulations, right? You've heard that before. It's agitating, it's irritating, right? Oh, it feels vicious, like a pit bull on you, right? It is holding you down. I know my son is like, what's going on in that room right now, right? And again, the agitation, the test. You're like, test. He's like, I know he's in the back, like, Daddy, test. No, right? Test. Sometimes we don't like being tested. It can pull us down. Interruptions, right? It can be interrupting to who we are in the process of what we're going through, right? Because this is a health and motivation summit, right? And then we find that there's outcries, right? There are outcries within us, right? That are holding us back. How many times have you said, are you listening? Do you hear me? And it sounds like crickets, or someone there, it's like a stillness. But also, you guys, I'm gonna give you a little hint until where we get ready to go. Listening is also silent. But most importantly, right, we're gonna break this track of negativity, you guys. So I just played the track of healing and negativity. I just used the words, right, as an acronym of healing and motivation, right? But I put the limitation in it. And guess what? This is not a conversation about limitation. This is a conversation about you being able to be honest, authentic with yourself, right? Having everlasting peace, right? That awesomeness, right? That levitating spirit. That's invigorating, right? That's nurturing, that's generous, right? Because guess what? I just spelled out healing for you guys. I'm gonna say it one more time. That's honest, everlasting, right? Awesome, levitating, invigorous, nurturing, and generous. And right, this summit is about motivating. What is motivation, right? It is that momentum. It is that movement within, right? So that monumental experience, right? Because what's happening here is monumental, right? It's something that's outstanding, right? It's something that's amazing, something that's turned up, right? Because people always want to get turned up, right? That's outstanding. When's the last time that you have acknowledged the talents that you have in that way, right? Inspiring others, and then also being inspired by others, right? With a vibrant, right? Like, you know, remember Q-Tip, he said a vibrant thing, a vibrant thing, right? One of my favorite songs. Turn the music up, y'all. Sometimes you have to turn the music up within. So what if someone else doesn't hear the track? Did y'all hear me? So what if somebody else does not hear the vibrant track of you acknowledging what's great within you, or as well as you acknowledging the greatness that you're around? Because I think each and every one of us knows right now that we are amongst greatness with one another, right? I see people popping on, right? And most importantly, it's a transformative experience, you guys, right? We always talk about the butterflies, but sometimes we don't talk about the frogs, right? You know, there's a, I think there was a book that talked about, you know, there's an optimistic spirit, right? Frog Prince, you know, someone kissed the frog and then turns into a prince, right? That's an optimistic view on, you know, having that connection with that frog. And guess what, you guys? I'm about to give you a lot of game, a lot of love. We have conversations about butterflies all the time when we use the term transformation, but we don't talk about you leaping forward, right? You heard me? I'm using that frog play again. I'm playing with transformation. See, a lot of optimism is about allowing yourself to actually participate in enjoying yourself and play, right? So if you look at kids, what are kids always doing, right? They always want to what? Play, right? But something happens as we grow up. We say that we have to WORK, right? And that doesn't always occur as an opportunity, right, for navigating peace and love and just being optimistic. So what I just also gave you guys, I gave you another acronym, right? So I showed you the acronym before about, you know, using healing motivation, because me and Jim, we spoke, we said, hey, I said, what's today's theme again? And she said, you know, the summit's about healing and motivation. So I wanted to give you guys a piece of who I am in the world and what an optimistic mastermind is, right? Because I want to let you know that you too are an optimistic mastermind. You just haven't acknowledged yourself as such. So remember, I said one of those A's, right, was acknowledgement. So I'm going to invite you in this time, in this moment, right? Take a moment, do this, right? High five yourself. If you're in a room with someone else, right, go high five them. I'm gonna call my son in here to high five him as well. Son, get your behind in the room. Come on, I need you to give me a high five. Listen, that's what it's about. On deck. You see this young man? Come here. See how fast he showed up? One more time. All right, now get out of my room. Go back to drawing. Okay, so that's how it is, right? That fast. You see how fast he showed up to give me a high five? Right. Excuse me, son. I didn't mean to tell you, get out. Love you, kid. Right? My man. So I wanted to just also show you with simplicity, right, of how you too, or some of the parents that's here, how you can always keep your children included in your process, right, of your purpose, right, your career, your entrepreneurship, your passion, without allowing it to be stressful. Because you know what I said before? Son, don't make no noise. And you know what happened? I try to bribe him, you guys. I'm joking, but I'm serious. I figured I'd give him some applesauce. He's drawing. And 2 minutes before I got on here to speak with you guys, I heard the spoon drop. And that was going to be a test of my optimism, right? So I wanted to also show you and give you a real life example from my life in the moment of what showed up. Because when we're in the space of trying to be perfect, right? Because guess what, you guys, you are whole, perfect, and complete as you are. With you always striving and improving. But I want you to really take a moment and embrace that you are whole and complete, right? You are perfect, lacking nothing, right? You are whole, complete in this moment with all that has been provided and given to you, right? To send you to the next level. So, you know, I'm gonna give you another acronym, right? So tomorrow I'm gonna be back and I'm gonna be presenting for the young people, because it's all about the kids, right? And the acronym is for peace, right? Please educate all children everywhere. Please educate all children everywhere, right? And as we say, to please educate all children everywhere, right? That's also to you, to your inner child, right? Don't forget that you too, no matter what age you're at, no matter what position you're at, right? There's still an inner child in you. And, right, don't hesitate. Excuse me. Well, I had to catch my words. I said don't, right? That's a limitation word, right? So autocorrect. It is okay to autocorrect, to realign, to get yourself on track, to continue to work at what you're passionate about. So again, you heard me speak about working and play. So if you're looking to have a breakthrough around transforming your work to play, reach out to me, drop me a message. Also, I wanted to give you guys a question. The question is, would you describe yourself, right, as healthy? Would you describe yourself as optimistic? Right? I want you to ask that question to yourself, right? And I want you to think about, right, the rating, right? We've been given ratings, and I'm going to give you the ratings, a new rating scale without having to speak about old rating scales. So I want you to rate yourself from a powering space, a focusing space, a generating space, an excelling space. Right? And I want you to ask yourself in this point in this time, what position, right, are you in? So right now I'm seated. You see, I'm laying back right now for a second. Now I'm leaning forward. So we're speaking about positioning, right? You see, right now I'm in the camera with you guys. My position has shifted, right? So now I'm laid back because I'm waiting, right? I'm going to hold space. So I'm going to show you what listening looks like right now when we hold space. So we're going to take a 7-second count of stillness just to be in position of peace and love, right? As you think of that question that I just asked you, right? How are you describing yourself as healthy and optimistic? Perfect, right? I gave you an extra second, so I gave you 8 seconds, right? I love 8, right? The 8 looks like the infinity sign. So it is the number, right? If you twist it on the side, it's infinite. So, hey, peace, refresher. I see you there too, man. And that's what this is about, right? Sometimes you can twist things up just a little bit to make it work for you, right? And also something I love about looking at the number 8. It's like the hourglass. Hey, Alexis, I see you just turned on. Yep, that's how it is, right? When you see somebody, you call them out and say, I see you, right? Because that's what it's about. Because I always like to let people know that and remind them that you matter, right? Because I see you. And even if you're hiding behind your camera, I'm going to ask you to, right, come from behind your camera. You might be chasing a kid. You might be cooking in your kitchen. You might be getting ready to come on to speak. I see you, Jennifer, right? So there's a reason why I do this. Okay, there used to be this show. I think it was Zoobly Zoo, Romper Room, one of these things. But they used to always call out somebody's name, right? And I used to say, man, I wish they called out my name, right? So Alexa said, me too, right? She's like, yeah, me too. And you know what? So I see, right, Ramona, did they call your name out? And so what I love about it is, even though they never called my name, one of my great friends, they called her name out. So we talk about this all the time, and I get to live vicariously through them. So, I just wanted to say again to everyone, each and every one of you guys here, I want you to remember that you're dynamic, you're awesome, you're amazing. You have the greatest gift there is to give, which is yourself, your space, your being. To be with first yourself, then with each and every other individual first that you choose. Second first, you heard me? Second first, that you allow. So choice and allowance, right? I want to really give you the gift of choice and remind you of allowance, right? Because we were talking about parenting here too, right? Kids will always want allowances, right? They always want allowances, and that's a whole nother topic. But I want you to just remember what you're allowing, and again, this is about right that healing and that motivation. And I'm going to wrap up on two things. I said the rating scale, because I got to make sure you have that rating scale, right? I said empowering, right? Focusing, generating, excelling. So that's how I want you to rate yourself. Ask yourself, am I empowering, focusing, generating, excelling? And then most importantly, because this is the Healing and Motivation Summit, right? Are you being honest? What's that everlasting experience? Is it awesome, right? Is it levitating you? Is it invigorating you? Is it nurturing you, right? Are you coming from your abundance of generosity? That's that healing, y'all. I said it again, right? That's that healing. And then that monumental, that outstanding, talented, inspiring, vibrant, acknowledge it. I said I saw you guys, right? Is it transformative? Ribbit. I told you guys I was talking about frogs, right? Some of you ladies that's looking to have a breakthrough out there, right? You over here trying to catch butterflies, kiss a frog. No, I'm joking, right? All right. But most importantly, being with yourself in a beautiful mirror of yourself and with others, taking that introspection in, which is an opportunity for everyone to connect and enjoy the navigation of peace and love that's within, which allows you to stay optimistic. And I'm Coach Light. I had a beautiful time with you guys. If anybody has a quick question or anything, I am here. It's a blessing, it's an honor. I see everybody there. Hey, Larry, that's my brother's name. Shout out to you. So, like, I'm all about that again. If I see you, I'm going to acknowledge you, right? And even in this new time, right? Salute, a bow, right? You know, touch your heart. A salute, a bow, right? Touch your heart, right? Wakanda, or if you're in the Bronx. There are many ways to acknowledge one another. So peace and blessings. Thank you, Sister Jennifer.
Light, thank you. I want to pass it on to Refresher, but before I do, I don't know, should we tell this story, Coach Light? Should we tell this funny story of what we experienced together during our podcast? It was definitely a great podcast Coach Light and I did together. And he started off, he has these hermit crabs that he always talks about. You know, I can't let this one go, Coach Light, right?
Dang, go get one.
You see, he's got to bring it out. So in the middle of our podcast, Coach Light decides to pick up the hermit crab. And guess what happens, everyone? He gets a little bite. But I don't think it was a little bite. I think it was a pretty big one, because he sat there and he's like, oh my God, I just got bit by the crab. And we were dying. It was just, it was so funny. And why I tell you that story is because, number one, we laughed about it. And even though we were on the podcast, I said, Coach Light, do you want me to try to edit that piece out? He's like, no, that's part of who I am. That's part of the whole process. And it was so cool. You're such a down-to-earth and humble person. And I truly appreciate you being here.
And, you know, Jennifer, thank you for that, right? Thank you tremendously. And I just wanted you just present me to something. So thank you, right? So no matter what's going on in your life, no matter what shows up, right, you get to transform that. And listen, we had a dynamic time, so you get to YouTube it. Shout out to Jennifer again. And right, you'll see me in the same Adidas jacket, and you'll see me in a lot of podcasts since, because this is actually my new birthday anniversary. A year ago, September 20th, 2020, me and my brother were in a very severe car accident. And if you could look briefly, you see I'm touching the hole in my arm. This was the jacket that I was wearing when I blocked the airbag. And if you see, I can raise one hand all the way here, but this is as far as I can raise my other hand. So I want you to know that you can still dance, you can still move, and sometimes you may have to put on that experience, right? This is the experience. And this is how I celebrate and honor my brother, because he can't be right here with me. He's still here. He's still in, recovering. So shout out, Big Mike. Love you, brother. And this is a living example of how you flip a situation, right? So how you turn it up. And I invite you, even if you've had someone who's passed on that you love, right? Take that handkerchief, take that jacket. You'll be surprised, right? Because you get to put on, like literally, like I put this on. I didn't let the situation destroy me, right? I allowed it to design the new me. So thank you, Jennifer. Peace and blessings.
Thank you, Coach Light. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. So I do want to pass it on to the refresher. What is going on, Sean? How are you doing? How are you enjoying the summit? Tell us. What's been your favorite performances so far?
You can't really pick a favorite because we all phenomenal. We all lions. So we all growing together. We all changing the world together. So there's no favorite here. It's all love. You know, that's what it is with me. And yeah, definitely. We doing great things, guys. We getting some great positive feedback. And, you know, we just got to continue changing lives. Again, like I said before, our message can really fuel someone else's life for the rest of their life. You know what I mean? Somebody could be going through it right now as we speak and watching this summit and could be going through something so small in life, but so big to them, you know, and get in the summit and be like, wow, that person went through that. And I'm only going through this. I got this. You know what I mean? So like what we're doing right now is positive and I love it, guys. Let's continue doing what we're doing. I'm waiting on Grace to pop in here. She's not in the queue yet.
She's coming in. She's coming in soon. But I know you and Ramona, actually, you both, I brought Ramona up too. You know, when we started this summit, you both brought Grace on board. And I had no idea who Grace was. And you were like, oh no, we have to have Grace hold it. And when I learned about Grace, she's just an amazing, amazing individual. And she's so humble and she's so graceful, Grace. So Ramona and Sean, you know, please go ahead. Tell us a little bit more about Grace while I try to get her in because she's having a little technical difficulties. So you guys just tell us a little bit about Grace while I try to get her in.
Wow.
Grace is phenomenal. You know, I met Grace. I was in her first summit. She did a $5,000 giveaway in her first summit, and it was mad cool just going to her room, speaking and learning and just learning from other speakers, learning from a great speaker herself. And like, even though I didn't win the competition, it allowed me to, you know, just be in tune with other speakers like me and learn and get my craft better. So like, I love it. And like, she's so humble, man. She gave out $5,000 of her own money at a summit. You know what I mean? It wasn't like charity money. It's her own money out of her pocket. Like that's phenomenal.
All right, talking about the queen herself is here.
You know, and
yes.
Like, yeah, Grace
you will definitely be able to see and hear. Now everyone will experience exactly what we already know. Yes. For her to be the queen in her own right, a speaker like no other. She has definitely perfected her craft and her heart for people and people learning to perfect their craft and using their voice to also reach people, change people, impact people as well is phenomenal. So she is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And I am so privileged. I feel privileged to be a part of this awesome summit. Jennifer, thank you again. We honor you as well. For Refresher, absolutely. Treasure and honor you as well. Thank you. And everybody else, all of the speakers are absolutely phenomenal. I'm sitting here just thoroughly enjoying this, just soaking it all in, all of the tips and the nuggets. So Grace, oh my goodness, just wait, you'll see with your own ears and with your own eyes how a dynamic speaker she is. So there you go.
And you know, I saw Miss Grace has been traveling so much. I was looking at all her beautiful pictures and we were just talking about her traveling. Oh, and you still had the time to grace us with your presence.
Look, I just want to say, guys, be in tune, take some notes. Please take some notes because she's going to drop some gems, guys. And now, Grace, I just want to give you your flowers, guys. She's got a part in the movie. I will tell you, guys, the power of manifestation. She's got a part in the movie, guys. Never give up on your goals and dreams, guys. Always pursue and press forward because the minute you give up, you got to start all over again, guys. Look at Grace. She's doing phenomenal things. So shout out.
Is that like my cue?
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Well, Hello, everyone. Good evening. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the refresher. I want to say thank you to Jennifer for the vision. I want to say Ramona is like the finest thing out there. You know, she is so beautiful and I love her spirit. And you all thought I was talking about the outside. I'm talking about the inside, you guys. And I am so glad to be here. I know there's been a lot of love, healing, and light. I want to share with you something. Life is 10% of what happens to you. The other 90% is how you respond. And I remember there was a time where I was running business, had an incredible staff. I was married to a husband with children and had the life. Had you seen me back then, you would have said, wow, Grace really has it going on. Something happened in my business and we had a internal audit. And during such time, during the internal audit, I said to my staff, let's take a look at some things inside because I have just something in my spirit says that we need to check it out. During that time, we realized there was something going on. And so what we did was we went on ahead and we did the audit and found some things and we thought we were doing the right thing, guys. And even though the team was thriving, I was sending them to Hawaii every month, a different team member because we had this home in Hawaii that we kept filling with giving gifts to people. We were philanthropists, just giving them philanthropy, giving away, more than you could possibly imagine, and had the houses and the cars and all of that. Well, what happened was the moment we did a self-report and we thought we were doing the right thing, everything began to plummet just like that. When you're really high up here, sometimes life is what? 10 in, right? So what happened was things fell apart and they began to unravel. And I really wish I could say it was just the business, but my home life was unraveling. My children was unraveling right before me. I had gained 130 pounds. My stress level was higher than you could ever imagine. And then I took a look at myself and I said, Grace, what are you going to do? And I could have balled up and crawled up and went into a cave and just said, no more. I'm done. I quit. But how many of you know, just go ahead right here, lift your hand and say, quitting is not an option. As a matter of fact, quitting isn't even in your vocabulary. Go ahead. Quitting is not something we can do. But the truth is, plenty of us quit before we get to our promise. You see, because sometimes things look like it's supposed to be the right thing. That's it. Had you seen Grace? Oh man, living large. And when I realized that, marriage was suffering, my daughter tapped me on the shoulder and said, Mom, we don't want what you can give to us. We just want you. Think about that for a minute. We prioritize things in the wrong order. So I pulled myself up by my bootstraps and I took a good hard look at myself in the mirror and I said, Grace, you are living a facade. You have a mask on that is like this, but people can hear you speaking on the other side. And that's when I said to myself, I may have lost a marriage. I may have had I had to get my children back and be back in love with my family. And I may have gained this 130 pounds and my business may have plummeted and I lost everything just like that. A $1.2 million home gone. But I said, here's what I know, that I love God. God loves me. He's got me. And life is only 10% of what happens to you. The other 90%, as Charles Swindoll would say, is how you respond. So I got up. And after having that talk with myself, I said, no more. It is time to remove the mask and love on me as I am. And I said, but this time when I do this, this will not just be for me or for my small circle. It became ultimately important for me to bring along the Ramonas, to bring along the Refreshers and the Jennifer and the Waynes and whoever crossed my path. It became so important to me that I said that the next time I grow business, and trust me, Grace knows how to grow business, it would be selfless. And so there was no purpose for me just to do these things, just to be doing them, but to galvanize. And my superpower is to monetize messages and to amplify your voices. We're going to use our voice, but we're not going to be broke. We're going to use our voice and we're not going to be broken. We're going to use our voice and we're not going to miss the mark. So for any of you out there who've ever been to a place where you felt like you thought you was close, you gonna quit, or you had it all and then you lost it, or you're getting there and you're thinking, how in the world am I gonna get there? You see, 10% is of how are you gonna manage this? What are you gonna do about it? And so I built a platform that was selfless, that was bringing along others with me. And that's how Champions League was birthed. Real Champions League. That's the name of the business, because you are a champion. And you are a champion. Here's what I know. Champions do this. They win. And they don't go to the finish line. We go through the finish line. Let me tell you what that really means. That means when you look at a gold medalist, a silver medalist, and a bronze, there's milliseconds sometimes between the gold and the silver. So you can't just get up to that finish line and say you crossed it. You got to go through that thing. And then you got to take a look at life and what happens to you and how you respond. You see, it's that champion mindset 101. Believe, dream, large, believe. Quitting is never an option. So yeah, I got on up. Yes, I did. Pulled back my hair, got ready. I could have put some boxing gloves on because I'm like, here I come. Because nothing will hold me from my destiny. And I want you to say that nothing, not even you, will hold you from your destiny. You see, no one ever said it would be easy. How do we heal? We heal from the inside out. I mean, you need to look a whole lot better on the inside than you do on the outside. And girl, right here, kind of cute. But on the inside, there's pureness here. There's selflessness here. Now, we're going to have some strategy. We're going to do this darn thing. But it's how you look at it. The 90% in your life is how you respond. You see, we're talking about youth and we talk about our young adults. The way they succeed is how they see us. It's no more the day of do as I say, do not as I do. You can hang that one up. It is them watching what you do and talking about it. You see, our youth now emulate a whole lot different than they used to. So this is generational success. Laying the foundation starts with you. Now, I want you to write this down. I want you to write this down. I don't know if you even here to write anything down. If you came prepared, because you never show up to anything without being able to write something down. I want you to put this word, FLNY. Now, if you just put it all together, that stands for fly. But I want you to understand this is first like you. First love you. When you get on an airplane and they talk about the oxygen mask, you are no good unless you are mentally, spiritually, and physically well. We must heal from the inside out. And I want us to change something. We talk about breaking generational curses. I want us to talk about that for a minute. How we break it. You know how you break something, you literally pick it up and you drop it and you break it. And then you got to clean. Do you leave it? Do you leave the glass broken? Do you leave the plate broken? Do you leave the cup broken? Do you leave it broken, Wayne? Do you leave it broken? No.
No.
I feel like the preacher, y'all, I need to hear y'all talk to me.
No.
No.
We don't leave it broken.
We do not.
We cannot break generational curses when the broken pieces are still sitting there. You see, you got to go clean it up. You got to go sweep it up. And you ever swept something and you know there's still a little speckle of glass there because you can feel it under your feet? And then you walk around with it like it's a thorn. You got to clean all that up. So if you want to break generational things, if you want to break generational curses, you got to go clean all that up. That means you got to forgive. Now, I didn't say you had to forget, because there's something that forgiveness is and that forgiveness is not. You see, if we don't forgive and deal with our brokenness, then it's like a corpse on top of your body. You walking around and it's seeping all in you. See, forgiveness isn't for them. It's for you. So life is only 10% of what happens to you. The other 90% is how you respond. And we got to be able to fly. Mental health is essential. Healthy mental health. First like you, heck, like you sometimes. First love you, fall in love with you. All of that is FLY, fly. And when you feel like something's broken or it has been broken, do not sweep it under the rug. You have to pick it up, put it in the trash, make sure the bag goes out to the trash, and make sure the trash is picked up and taken to the wasteland where it no longer can be a curse in your life. No longer. So with that, I'm going to end because everybody needs a little grace and I don't want to take up all your time. So I am just going to just say to you, true healing, true love, and true light has to start on the inside. And I could have crawled up and said, I'm not doing this anymore. Life sucks. Lost the house. Marriage was already broken anyway, so don't get it twisted. It wasn't the business, it was other stuff. But we don't get ahead of these things. So be true to you, be selfless. Love yourself from the inside out and be clean on the inside. Work on that, what you put in your mind, what your eyes see, what's in your ear gate, your eye gate, your mouth, what you put into your body, what you eat. Yeah, I could say that because I was 130 pounds bigger than I am now. Depression, stress, all kinds of things. Take care of you, and it starts young. So if we have our youth, if we have young folks, if we have old folks, I don't care what, everybody needs to hear this. And with that, I'm going to be quiet and enjoy what else everybody else has to say. What y'all were talking about. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so glad to be here. What we doing next?
Oh, great. Amazing as usual. We have the refresher on here. Refresher,
Wow.
you can take it. Tell us, what was that amazing speech? I mean, I'm just blown away by everything Grace just
I'm
said.
blown away. That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop. Yo, I'm just blown away. Grace, I'm so blessed to have you here. Thank you so much. Like, I'm literally messaging everybody like, you come listen right now, man, because y'all need to hear this. Come listen right now. Y'all need to hear this. Like, thank you so much, Queen. I appreciate you for saying that. Like, and all the viewers and listeners, man, I hope you guys are taking notes because Queen was dropping some mad gems. This is stuff that you got to pay for, and she's giving to y'all completely free, man. Please, I hope you guys are taking some notes, man, because she brought that fire tonight. Yeah. So with that being said, guys, we're going to do a quick song real quick from Desiree, and I'm gonna pass it to Jennifer because she's gonna play the song. Back to you, Queen.
Actually, we're gonna cue it up. Mahatma is going to cue up. We do have it. So this is actually a really cool video that Desiree put together. She does a sound healing presentation, which I thought was so awesome. And she did put a lot of work into this. She actually will be presenting tomorrow for the kids section. She's going to be doing a sound healing specifically for the kids section. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So with that, Mahatma, I'm passing it on to you to cue up Desiree's Healing Sounds video. Mahatma should be coming up with that pretty soon. Hey, these are all the difficulties we, there we go.
It is a beautiful thing to be a part of this energy. Peace and abundance to all of you. So first, I want to thank you for registering and being here to participate in this Global Healing Summit. I want to give gratitude and appreciation to everyone who has performed so far and everyone else who will perform. It is a beautiful thing to be a part of this energy and to be a part of participating and emitting these healing frequencies to the world. And secondly, I want to give gratitude to all of you for being here just as the energy that you are, and being here at such a time as this where the planet is ascending, we are ascending, and we have such an opportunity to affect change, not only in our own lives, but in the lives of the people who we love and in the lives of people who we may not ever even be able to physically meet, but that can be inspired by us taking that divine inspired action as well. So my name is Clarity, and I'm here to do a sound healing, and so we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. As we take in these energies, let us focus on our hearts. Anything in this moment that it is that we feel like is holding us back from loving to our fullest potential. Anything that you feel that is keeping or has kept you from releasing to be able to move to that next level of healing or love within yourself. Imagine the purest green light that you can think of radiating from your heart center. And imagine whatever those things are as blue light or orange light emitting themselves in that green and separating themselves and leaving your energetic field. As you allow those things that you no longer need to hold on to and that are no longer serving your journey and your elevation at this point in time where it is that you have the opportunity to release them and to ascend. Just envision them leaving your field, leaving you to be no more. is the number of transformation. We are in a universal 5-year, and this is the time for change, sudden change, the change that comes from the delays that we may have felt that have been in our lives for however long. It's the ending of certain patterns and cycles in this existence on the macro and micro level. And so we have the opportunity to choose whether we want to ascend consciously or whether we want to be washed away with the tide, if you will. And so as you continue to envision those things being released from your field that no longer serve you, do so in gratitude with the opportunity and the chance to be able to move forward in a new way and do a new thing and be that new thing under the sun. I am Clarity, and I thank you for listening. Give thanks.
That was amazing. Thank you so much to Desiree. I'm going to pull up a couple people. Refresher, Jenny, Laura, come on up. I want to talk a little bit about that healing. Grace, Ramona, everybody, just come on up for a few. See if I can get the refresher up here. How did you guys enjoy that?
I loved it. It was I loved it. You know what I mean? It was healing, something different for me, but I loved it though, you know what I'm saying? Because you gotta be able to embrace different things to be successful in life. So I definitely loved it.
Well, I think we purposely put it after Grace's wonderful intro there that she talked about. So I definitely wanted to make sure that flowed. Grace, how did you like that? Did you feel some healing inspiration from that sound healing?
It made us slow down, right? I enjoyed that slow down. It was purposeful and it was good.
Yes, absolutely. I am definitely in agreement. It was relaxing and it was soothing. It was just that slow down, that quiet moment with nothing but just sounds, no noise, just shutting out all of the excess noise in the background. It was really, really rejuvenating. Is another word that comes to mind.
Rejuvenating. That is so soothing, rejuvenating, invigorating. Absolutely. Jenny, Laura, what do you guys think?
Absolutely. I mean, great vibrations all around. Sound healing. It's different. It's unique how differently I think like the vibes were affecting. Like I don't know. It was like channeling, and it was like I was feeling it, like it was traveling. And I was just like,
oh, it was like traveling through your soul, right?
Yes. And I was just like, what am I supposed to be feeling here? So I'm like, maybe
that's exactly what Sean was saying. He's like, I don't know what to do.
I think that was beautiful. I think I need to work on some sound healing. I feel like, the vibrations were they were wonderful. So thank you for that.
You know, one of the things that I learned about after I got diagnosed with Parkinson's was that I heard that sound healing was one of those energy fields that can really help your body with the symptoms. And it's all about reversing the negative energy in your body, replacing it with the positive energy. And sound healing is supposed to provide those vibrations and energy in your body to help. And I did a couple of sessions with that, with somebody called Master Ming Tangu, which is like a Qigong master. And it was such an amazing experience. And when I heard Desiree and she told me that she does sound healing, I thought it was just a perfect fit for the summit. So
awesome. It definitely worked. Good
And
timing.
I just want to say real quick, we got a shout out for Grace. I got a message from Messenger. One of our viewers said that, thank you, Grace. She loves you. She needed to hear that tonight. She's going through it. And you just really, you really saved her life tonight, So thank you, Grace, for being here.
Yes,
hey,
absolutely.
Grace. Thank you, Grace.
I just put a couple of points from that awesome speech as well inside of the chat for everybody, just in case they missed it. That fly is a keeper for me. FLY, it's getting ready to be put everywhere. Absolutely love that. That's a keeper and a takeaway. Great takeaway as well. So awesome.
So Refresher, I'm going to pass it on to you to introduce the next speaker. This is a dynamic, really good friend of yours. So I want to pass it on. Go ahead, please introduce the next dynamic speaker performer.
Cool. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. So guys, if you've been loving it so far, guys, I'm telling you, it's been a phenomenal event. Day 1, day 2. Oh man, it's day 2 even better. So guys, sit back, relax, because this man is a poem generator. Literally, guys, call him a poem generator. He would just sit there and talk, like literally just sit there and spit a poem. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce my brother, IPC Creatures from Clubhouse. And if he's available, IPC, go ahead and give us one of your phenomenal poems and tell the world who you are and what you're about, family. The mic is yours.
What's happening, you wonderful people? Am I live? Am I there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Look at you, man.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sitting in my studio. I'm a multidisciplinary artist. I love to paint, and I especially love to paint creatures because I believe all of us, under all our isms, racism, skin color, occupational, money levels of things, are creatures. And I'm here to remind us that we're all from the same tribe, and we all need to respect and find the same turf. And this turf I'm talking about, really, if you remind yourself we're from the same turf, then you will find your real true worth as a being upon it, because the tribe and the turf I'm talking about is called Mother Earth. And it's right below all of our feet. And I think in this industrial world, we forget that this incredible crystalline forest, organic creature is right below our feet. And I know we have those days when we're wandering into the uncertain in our lives, and we don't really know what's going on in our lives, and it could cause depression or bipolarness or just anxiety, and can bring up hate and fear and all those things. Is because you have to remember the turf I'm talking about, that's called Mother Earth, is moving into darkness all the time. It's taking risks. It's going further and further into this place that we know as universe, right? But I'm a poet. And so I'm here to just remind you that universe is 2 words. And it is uni, which means one, and verse, which means poem, or how we arrange words on a page, how we speak them out of our mouths, the choices we do to use these words, which are the code for our mindsets and keeping our mindsets, in universality, right? And so 2 things I'm here to remind you about. If you're ever wondering about if you're unique, if you're original, you very much are so, but you're also a part of that same tribe, that same gang, that same turf, right? Which is called Mother Earth. But if you're ever in doubt that you're original and that you bring something to what I call your piece of the pie to the whole, All you got to do is remember that your voice vibrates at a frequency that is your own. And these are the two things that make us individuals in this global planet, right? Is the vibration of your voice, the frequency your voice talks out, and verse, how you arrange symbols, and especially language symbols. So I'm here to present and remind you that poetry was the original language of love and the original language of education. And I believe that's why on the planet right now, a lot of us have a lot of the blues, the rhythm and blues with love, because love is a metaphor. And love, we can all define ourselves by the use of poetry. And I'm also here to remind you that you arrange symbols and words your own unique way. And that means everyone is not necessarily a poet, but everyone has poetry inside themselves. And basically, I will also remind you, it is the original folklore, and I'm taking that literal. The common folk, the creatures that I believe we all are, we're common folk, and it is our lore, because every single person that I've met, at least on the planet, who has the ability to imagine and speak, right, does the ancient art of poetry. And if you think about it all day long, I want you to just take this into your little wisdom pocketbook and pull it out this week. I want you to do two things. One thing is pay attention. Most of the people you love and you spend your days, your waking days with, all we're exchanging these days is command and demand language. And I'll give an example of that. Basically, I'll meet you here. I'll call you then. Will you pick up these groceries for me? It's all command and demand. And I think the number one medicinal use of poetry is to stop once in a while in the day and don't make sense with your language. Make beauty with your language, paint with your language, you know, draw those images. And like I said, rearrange the verse in your own life to say something original. So I can give you an example of that. If I say refresher, cloud, silver coin, begonias, car door. Right there, you could say I'm not making any sense, but this is the ancient language of the real tarot and the real horoscope. I just laid out a whole bunch of symbols that I know some of you out there, if you're in the zone that's not in the command and demand zone, you'll be like, whoa, how'd that guy know? I didn't know. That's just the music of language. And like when you really speak, and I believe all day long we improvise. We speak to communicate and express ourselves. And so the gift of that, right, is going back to that word play I do, universe city. That's university, right? I live right down the street from California State University, Chico. There's still some true cats in there, but it is pretty much a financial institution, right? To basically give young people something to do, to kind of tell them that they're training or, you know, for their lifelong career, where I believe career is purpose, right? You're only happy if you're doing what you love to do and you can love yourself and you have passion to do. So I take that word literal. Uni means one, verse means poem, and city. So when you, and then I even do wordplay at the next level. Uni, if you break it down phonetically in the spoken word, it says you and I. So it says you and I in the verse in the city. So I've been also playing with a lot of words in my life. Two words are I'm trying to erase that I'm learning. Because if you are a child of God or the spirit or the infinite imagination, you came complete. You already know what you're supposed to do here. You're already complete. You already have your gift inside, you know? So, you know, I've been using the word, the refresher he was so amazing, or Jennifer was so amazing, inspired me, or the last speaker inspired me so much that I just become more aware. I didn't learn anything. I became more aware who I really am. And so the second one I want to give you, and then I'm gonna, use the rest of my time to just do a poem for you guys. But the second one is I want you to pay attention. So I want you to pay attention to the command demand language in your day and try to stop every once in a while. And two ways you can do that is do what I did, a random nonsense words, but they're words. And you got to remember the English language is what's called a conqueror's language, right? It basically the one who conquered. That's why English and Spanish is so prevalent in the world, because they're conquerors. And so that means the language is as sharp as a razor blade, and it can be a cannon, right? It's a weapon. But I like to switch it up and be conscious of it and call it an instrument of mass creation. So I want you to do that. Look at your command demand. Two ways you can get out of it is don't make sense with your words, which it will make sense to someone because it's symbolic, right? It's metaphoric, and meta means, something we can't comprehend, but we can sense. We know it's there. It's universal. It's like what at a big concert, that's why everyone can unify through the music. Like that's what the late great Bob Marley always did to us, right? Just unify us. And so the second thing I want you to, and another way to get out of that command demand is tell each other stories. And more from your imagination, not just literal stories, more from your imagination. And then the last little gift I'm going to give is look at the words we use to define how we interact with each other. And the number one word that I believe a lot of us use very unconsciously, including myself, is I say, I want to have a conversation with you, right? And in my, creative wordplay, conversation. Con means with or against. And I think you guys can all identify when you're talking to someone, sometimes you're like, yeah, I feel you. But then sometimes you're like, why is this person got to keep going on about their dog or this story that I can't relate to all? And that's con. So I think there's nothing wrong with the word, but just be conscious when you're like, refresher, we're meeting later for a conversation. And if you feel that way, you're conning each other, which I don't think is bad. Again, it's just to be more conscious. So, and then there's words like discuss. Right. And I do my strange word play with that. And that word, if you break it into, it says dis and cuss. And I really don't want to dis and cuss if I really want to connect with someone. And so the last word that I love that is not used that much, but I think it really affects my mindset and it affects the communication between two people is dialogue. And I do my weird word play with that too. And it's dialogue. And I started looking at log is how we get all our values and beliefs, right? It's our storage system. So if we're willing to have a dialogue, that means we're willing to die off things in that log so we can get more information and expand ourselves. So I hope those nuggets helped you. I'm just going to end out on a poem. And this goes out to the whole summit. And especially, I consider a very good friend, the refresher, and I'm just totally gratitude for Ramona and Jennifer for putting this together. Growing up without a father, I asked myself when I was 12 years old, what I wanted to be when I grew up. I answered, I just want to be heard. So I could speak for anybody that has ever been awkward. Acknowledge all you dreamers, all you misfits, the one that stand out and don't fit in, and use the way of these spoken words, these poetics, this universe to speak to all of you that have gone unheard because their rifled voices were silenced before they had a resounding choice to get rhythm, fire, and cadence that could stop the judgment bulls, killing off what they thought inside to what they had to say, to continuing the play and stop this command and demand language we use all day. As I open the many ways, most of us got suffocated below all the social situations, by all of our parents, by all those negative thoughts, by all that worry and doubt, below suppression's knees. And I allow people like George Floyd just to breathe. As I use the word dialogue instead of conversation, I communicate with ease. How we are just being who we be, and we're all free from the beginning. From his people's post of broken slavery, I give this back to George because he can't speak anymore. So please tell your story every day. Tell us who you are and why you came to play. And this is why I speak to set people free. Allow all of them to hear what's buried under all of these news broadcasts and these machine generated laughs, and even this clubhouse that gets a little too talkative and not enough doing and not enough being, to use my voice as an amplifier, to be a refresher, to refresh everything that has become too stale and rusted, to release what got muted in the smoking flames of all the fire of our lives, to burn down all these walls and obstacles and all these limits and limitations to what you came here to say. Because most of us are imprisoned inside of this padlock room inside everyone's head. And that's why I'm a poet. I cascade spit this river release to all you, for all were suppressed, and now for those that are deceased, the ones who left without saying who they were, what they came here to say, what they came here to do, who has been boarded in, has gone crazy within, to allow all to release what got battered and bruised, trapped below the radio signals and broken news, and speak far and wide like flocks of seagulls circling in the brightness of the sun, firing off like freedom bazooka shotguns, like fireworks on the 4th of July. And that's a celebration. And I'm not going to lie, that has been silently cried and turned into a cancerous suicide. Because all I wanted to be was a poet who was heard through the competition and the mindless repetition, to tell everyone we're on the same turf. It's called Mother Earth. So let's collaborate. Let's stop copying things over and over, and let's be original. Let's professionally create. Because all I wanted to do was hear me. Because all of our pens are caliber 45s. We don't need no guns or ammunition. We just need instruments of mass creation, ignition, just to fire up, to write, to fire off what has been unsaid, to speak for those who are imprisoned in rounds of words in their head. So all I want to do is be heard. So I could speak for those that are subdued, especially for those like George that are now dead. Because we are always free, and we are always here in the now. So sing, chant, dance those words in your brain, and let it rain, and let it rain, and let freedom ring. Let freedom ring. Let freedom ring. And just be who you are and bring what you bring.
Whew. Whew. Yo, can we on mute and just give him a round of applause, man?
Woo! Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was absolutely phenomenal.
Amazing, ICC.
Powerful.
Yes and
Look.
yes. Yes and yes.
Powerful, powerful, powerful as usual. Loved it.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing about this man right here, y'all. This man didn't read and look down one time. That's how you know he loved what he doing, man. He ain't looked down one time, guys. Came from the heart. And I'm telling you guys, a poem generator. He ain't looked down one time. He ain't stutter. He was going at it. He was in flow with it. He was in tune with it.
Wow.
Truly creative. Very creative. So wonderful.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, big bro. It's good to see you too out Clubhouse, man. Yeah, man. So guys, man, I hope you viewers love that. I hope you kings and queens love that poem. And guys, please, IPC, tell the viewers who heard that poem and loved that poem how to get a hold of you, man, how they can reach you.
So you can find me in the clubhouse hallways all the time, and whenever Refresher's around and I'm free, I'm with him. You can tap into my bio on there. But most of all, I think I'd like to just shout out my YouTube. My YouTube is youtube.com/c/ipaintcreatures. And I show you a lot of my visual art, and I tackle topics every day where I speak very poetically. And lately I've been doing a lot of quotes and stuff. I'd also like to give a plug for my new project that is birthed on Clubhouse, which is I'm basically bringing the world the new Muppets. It's time, and they're called the Funky Eye Puppets. And I've got 40 voice actors from Clubhouse. Some of them are professional voice actors. Some of them have never done it before. And we rehearse twice a week or 3 times a week. I'm about to head into the improv room. And please stop in, sit in the audience. And if you feel our vibe, we're building an incredible tribe and a family. And yeah, so look for the Funky Eye Puppets. We're going to take over the planet and bring laughter and self-development and joy and positivity. And it's an I Paint Creatures production, so it has tons of poetry in it, and has tons of funk music, and has high technology, and it has hip hop. So.
Yeah, and IPC, you're performing tomorrow. Also, everybody, IPC will be performing tomorrow for the kids section, which I'm so excited about. We definitely put him on the queue for that because he has an amazing performance lined up for the kids section tomorrow, happening between 4 and 6 p.m. So come back, check out IPC tomorrow.
Definitely, y'all. Awesome. Hey, IPC, thank you again, man. Y'all, please give that man a follow. Get that man a follow.
That's Eastern time, right?
Yes, Eastern time. I'm a New Yorker here, so everything's based on me in New York. All Eastern time. Yes.
All right, cool, guys. We got that link. Please go follow my man. Without further ado, guys, I'm gonna introduce this next performer, man. He performed yesterday, and he was phenomenal. He reminded me of a modern day Ray Charles. My man got those skills on the piano, guys. I'm telling you, he that man, guys. So with that being said, I'm gonna pass the mic to my man Emil. Hey, the floor is yours, King.
Hey, and I gotta say, Emil, this is from Trinidad and Tobago again. I gotta get my Trinis representing in here. So Emil, thank you so much for supporting the event, and you got the stage.
You're welcome. Good night, everyone. Thanks for having me again. So I was completely blown away by our last poet, and I felt inspired to do something that I'm currently working on. It's not released yet. This is a cover of a Stevie Wonder song that I truly love, because Stevie Wonder is one of my favorite artists, but I put my own swing on it. The song is called Make Sure You're Sure. So I hope you guys enjoy. So I'm just gonna improvise on top of what I already did. So I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I told y'all, I told y'all my man's
Wow.
I told y'all my man's a modern day Ray Charles, man. I tell you, Ray Charles spirit in you, boy. I trying to tell you, King, Ray Charles spirit in you, King.
Thank you.
Always. So guys, without further ado, I'm gonna pass the mic back to Jennifer. She's gonna explain the Parkinson's Roundtable, and she's gonna explain a little bit more about Parkinson's. And then after that, we have a great speaker that I'm gonna introduce. We got my big bro Gerson from all the way from the UK, guys. Again, like I said, way before the summer started, guys, we're gonna be global. You know what I mean? We're not just local, we global. We in states and we in countries, y'all. So like, please, guys, share the link because we're trying to heal people all over the world, guys. We got somebody coming in from the UK. Right after Jennifer explained Parkinson's, Queens, right to you.
Actually, Sean, we're gonna go to another speaker before who's been waiting a little bit, Alexis Malone. I think I sent you some information about Alexis. So Alexis is an amazing dynamic speaker. She's also, I know, a voiceover singer, and she has been so supportive of this event. Alexis, if you are still in the queue in the building, please come on stage. I would love to have you do your talk next, and then we will move on to the next roundtable. Oh, there we are. Hi, Alexis. How are you?
Hello. How is everyone?
Oh, how are you enjoying the summit so far, Alexis?
I am loving it. I am just like, wow, it's very relaxing. Everything I'm hearing is very motivating. It's exactly what the title is. I'm like loving it right now.
That's a no. Well, the stage is all yours, Queen. Take it away.
Thank you. And tonight I am here. I'm going to be talking about superpowers and how to work them. So I know nobody probably knows who I am. And like you said, I am a voiceover artist. But the reason why I'd like to talk about superpowers and how to use them is because I have been living my life very unintentionally. So my goal is to like basically explain how intentionality is part of how you use your superpower. Your superpower is your mind. It is your voice. It's your choice. Okay. So if you've ever asked yourself the question, why is this happening to me? That single question alone is a sign that you are not living intentionally, that you're living very unintentionally, and that you are not using your superpowers. So, basically, how I've learned to do that is by just in 2020 and actually 2019, I was working in bank, and I've been working in bank for the past 20 years. I'm a mother of 4. I have a set of twins. I have a 12-year-old son and a 17-year-old daughter. I know I don't look that old, but I will be 40 next month. So I'm very excited about that. At any rate, like I said, haphazardly been living my life, literally. If I told you, I'm not even going to tell you half of the story because it'll probably bring you to tears. So I want to keep a smile on everybody's face because I'm not a victim, I am a victor. So basically what I've learned is I had took a jump. I was working in banking and I said, listen, it just feels like I'm not like living my gift. I'm not doing anything in life that's going to be able to give back to people and just, put that fire in people like I'm able to do. So I said, you know what? I love banking. I love Discover Bank. Trust me, I love my friends there. I loved working at Discover. But I said, this ain't me. This is not me. Lexi has a voice. Lexi is the type of person that like lights up a room when I come in. I have a very an innate ability to feel people's energy. So people, strangers, literally, it had happened to me last night. Strangers tell me their life story without even me even having to ask. So I said, that's an ability. That's something that I can do and use intentionally to help other people in this world to see something in their self that they may not have seen, like someone did for me, because I didn't see something in myself and someone else did see it. And they said, hey, girl, you're phenomenal. The way you have a way with people. And I'm looking like, no, I don't. But see, doubt, self-doubt, lack of confidence, don't know who you are. You know why? Because I was not living and being authentic in my true self. I had to really learn and realize who I am authentically. Who was Lexi? Who am I? What do I like? Ask yourself, what do I like to do? Where do I want to go in life? What am I here to do? And that's what I had to start asking myself, those kind of questions, to get to the bottom of who I am. What is my authentic self? When you find out your true authenticity, it gives you the credence to be and understand your superpowers. It really does. And when you trust yourself, that means using a part of this is a way of using. This is one of the tools that I've learned to use with using my superpower. You have to listen to yourself, which is your intuition. That's not there as just something just to caution or warn you of bad things to come. That is there so that you can go and run and go on your true path. I've learned that. This is one of the first times I've ever spoken, in front of a camera or to a group of people or anything. But I'm doing it afraid. It is what it is. This is what I want to do, and practice make perfect. So guess what? I'm doing this, whether I'm afraid, whatever the case may be, I'm going to do this because this is my true authenticity. This is who I want to be. I'm listening to my inner gut and I'm saying, go for it. Get up there and do what you do. Because that's what my intuition told me to do. I have gone through years and years of not listening to my intuition, and everything that when I don't listen to it, it backfires. I literally have lived hell on earth because of not listening to my intuition. So when you question and doubt yourself, stop doing that, because you're taking yourself down a path of resistance, someplace that you really don't want to go. That's where you go when you don't listen to your gut. You go places that you don't want to go, visit places that you don't want to visit. See, what I've learned is you have to do things that you've never done to have things that you've never had, to go places that you've never gone before. That's what you have to do. And with another one of my third things that I've been doing with being intentional is these 3 key areas that I noticed where you really, really need to be intentional is with your words. Got to be careful what you say about yourself, and you have to be very careful about what you say about your surroundings, people that you love, people that you care about. Be careful what you say in terms of yourself, really. If you're saying things like, oh, I can't do this, or, oh, that never works for me, that's why it never works. It's because that's what you think. Your thoughts, that's another point of intentionality. You got to watch what you think. You really do. You got to watch what you think. You got to watch what you choose to think. You can stop yourself at any given time. Sometimes and everybody, of course, you're going to have bad days. But when you feel yourself and you see yourself saying, hey, I'm going off on a tangent. It's not like you can't stop yourself. You're not like a freight train going down the track without any brakes. You can stop yourself at any time and say, hey, I'm going off on something that's not going to bring anything good into my life. So let me stop that and see if I can bring something into my vibrational bubble that's going to bring what I do want to see. Let me not focus on what I don't want, even with your own personal thoughts, because your thoughts create your vibrations, which create what comes into your life. And I live by the laws of attraction. But before, when I learned about the laws of attraction, I was living haphazardly. And I used the law of attraction very haphazardly to attract things into my life that I didn't want. And I'm trying to figure it out, like, okay, I know about the laws of attraction now, but why am I still getting things in my life that I don't want? Because I didn't master using it. I still was living unintentional. Still was doing that because I wasn't living in the present moment. Your present moment is the only opportunity that you have to change who you are and be what you want to be. Now, this is something that I wrote. Our daily gift is the present moment because it holds the highest percentage to create. Always be present. So you're present so you forget the past and create the future. You want to create your future. You don't want your future to create you. You also, the 5th point that I use and I don't think I mentioned 4, but 4 was being present. The 5th point that I use is being selfish. People look at selfishness as with a negative connotation attached, and it's not. Being selfish is equivalent to self-care. In order to maintain a certain frequency, you have to create boundaries. Boundaries do not have to be a negative thing. Boundaries can be very effective, and they can be done positively with a desirable end result in focus for you. If you know that you have something that you're working on, you're not by putting up a boundary, it may be looked at as being selfish, but that's how you care for yourself, and that's how you maintain and are able to move forward in your life and be a catapult for your dreams. And just to be, for an example of selfishness, just think when you have a friend who always calls to complain about something. Everybody has a friend that calls to complain about something and that's been going on in their life. Instead of just listening or saying to yourself, I don't feel like hearing that crap today, or whatever it is, or you might say, be thinking to yourself, whatever it is that you're thinking, redirect that conversation. I learned by reading a book. It's called it's called Law of Attraction by Michael Loge. You have to ask people, instead of just letting them go off on a tangent, redirect them and say, what is it that you do want? When you ask that question, sometimes people get very quiet and they're like, you know what? I never thought about that. Because people are too busy expressing what they don't want. And they're putting that right in their vibrational bubble, right in the line of attracting it. When you focus on things that you don't want, that's exactly what you get. You don't get in this world what you want. You get what you are. That's what you get in this life. You get what you are. And my 6th point is to smile. No matter what what I've gone through in life or any of my experiences, circumstances, whatever, I have always kept this smile on my face. It is one of my best assets. I love to smile. It always makes me feel so much better. Sometimes if I'm having a bad day, sometimes I'll just say, let me just smile. Let me just smile because it just makes me feel better. And that'll start making you think of things that also make you feel better. You have to choose wisely your thoughts. Choose how you want to feel, because feelings are a choice. We choose to feel sad. We choose to feel depressed. We choose to feel anxious. All of those things we are choosing. That is all a choice that we make. So you can, if you feel sad, you can just as easily change that feeling and say, hey, I don't want to feel sad anymore. I want to put a smile on my face. I want to be happy right now. And you do it. That is what you do. And I'm also a writer. I love to write. So I do want to share a poem with you guys, because this is something that I wrote right before my own breakthrough and taking my risk and saying, hey, I'm going out here and I'm doing things afraid. So I wrote this poem. It's called In This House. In this house, there is no mess, no gossiping, nothing negative, and definitely no stress. Never mind what happened in the past. Putting focus there only makes it last. In this house, we only dream. It's why we make the perfect team. Only speak of all the good to come. Move to the beat of our own drums. In this house, it's just like me. We practice the dreams we desire to be. Now in this house, the things you see are all the dreams that were in me. That's all I got for you guys today. Thanks for listening. This is my first time ever. So I'm glad to be here. This is definitely a bomb summit. Loving it. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Alexis. Thank you. That was beautiful. I'm going to pass it on to Jenny and Laura.
That was awesome, Alexis. Thanks so much for sharing that powerful message with all of us. We hope that everyone's been enjoying the summit so far. It's day 2. We have more coming. And Laura, do you want to introduce our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is, our host. Our host is Moses, our warrior queen, the one who has put this all together. And we'll get to see everything, the evolution of her, and how she's come to be to this day. And without further ado, Jennifer.
I am strong. I am a conqueror. I am courageous. I am determined. I will live my best life. These words of affirmations and visualizations should be repeated every single day and embedded in your mind to help you create your best version of your life. We all have the ability to create great outcomes for our lives, but it's up to us to do that. It's up to us to make that decision. It's up to us to make that choice every day up and we look at ourselves in the mirror and we decide how we want to live our life. We all face challenge. We all face adversity. No one, and I mean no one, is exempt from that. But today I tell you, and today I guarantee you, as you embark on this journey with us, as you embark on this beautiful journey to become more self-aware, to learn about yourself, to learn about your inner journey and your inner consciousness, you will begin to understand that anything is possible. And I mean anything. My name is Jennifer Maharaj, and I invite you all today to join us on the 2nd Annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. I'm so proud to be able to present this opportunity to all of you who are listening, to all the audience members, to the speakers, to the performers, to everybody who is taking part of this epic 3-day live streaming event. Your lives will forever be impacted after being here with us for these 3 days. It's no secret that life is difficult. It's no secret that life gives us ups and downs and windy roads and sadness and tears and grief and pain and heartbreaks. But it also gives us smiles and laughters and joy and beauty and gratitude and forgiveness and friendship. These are all things that I have learned throughout my journey that is constantly evolving. When I was 34 years of age, I was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's. At that moment, when I walked out of that doctor's office, the first thoughts that came to my mind was that life was completely over. How could this happen? How could this be my life? Why? Why could this be my life? I had 2 young kids, probably about 3 and 4. I was on the brink of a new career, a husband, a life, everything that anybody could have possibly wanted. And then to be told you have a chronic illness like Parkinson's, a degenerative disease that progressively gets worse. That tainted my ability to think beyond any possibilities. I was scared, I was hurt, I was frustrated, I was angry. I only asked why and why and why, and I knew there would never be an answer to that. But in that moment, I also knew I had a choice to make. I could have chosen to live a life of sadness and just lock myself away and be depressed. But I chose the opposite. I chose to cultivate the good. I chose to look towards all the possibilities that I could open up with this. I chose to empower myself with knowledge and information and how I could help myself, how I can manage my condition, how I could reverse my symptoms, how I could connect the mind, body, and soul with this integrated approach to help me heal physically, mentally, and emotionally. I took that power within my hands. Although the doctor said, this is a progressive disease, okay, thank you. I appreciate what you just told me, but I'm going to take that with a grain of salt and use it to figure out how I can better myself and always look on the upside. It's easy to falter. It's easy to fail. It's easy to fall. I can't tell you how many times I have cried endless tears. I have felt broken. I have felt completely hopeless and helpless. I have fallen so much. I have shed so many tears. I have been angry and frustrated so much in my life. But you know what? I've also been able to wipe those tears away. I've also been able to get back up stronger than ever when I've fallen. I've also been able to find a way to be whole again, although the pieces were shattered on the floor, broken. I've also found a way to turn the overcast clouds into sunshine and rainbows. I've found a way to smile again, to enjoy laughter, to enjoy family, to enjoy all the little things in life that just make it so perfect. Although the imperfections and the flaws is what makes it perfect as well. The power of your beliefs, your habits, your thoughts, your decisions, and your actions can truly help create your future. We all have unfulfilled dreams and goals about becoming and achieving and having more in our lives. And when you are faced with something like an illness or a hardship or a financial struggle or a marital issue, yes, that road ahead is so hard. We all will endure seasons of suffering, seasons of pain. It may be for years, months, days, nobody ever knows. But I will tell you, those seasons are temporary. It too shall pass. Those seasons will never last forever. And when that season is over, you will have learned something. You will have gained clarity and focus. You will have come out stronger and have built your character and built your strength and become the person that you always wanted and envisioned for yourself. That first step into understanding reality and really seeing past all the grief and pain and being able to just accept the good is not an easy task. I will tell you that. But you can do it with passion in your heart, with a strong desire, with a strong want, with a strong need. You have to want it. You have to truly, truly want it. You have to believe it. You have to have passion behind it. You have to be driven by yourself, by your ability to know that anything, and I mean anything, is possible. That fight is hard. Yes, that fight is so hard. But don't give up fighting. Be relentless in your fight. Are the fears going to be there? Yes. But does that fear have to overcome you? No. Are the tears going to shed? Yes. But can you turn those tears into a smile? Absolutely. Will that pain last forever? No. Does it hurt? Yes. When life hurts, hurt it back. When life kicks you down, kick it back. When life throws you into a corner and tells you stay down, you get back up. You figure out how to fight back, and you don't ever give up. There are so many people that have endured endless pain and suffering, more than you will ever know, more than you probably are in your lifetime as of right now. I always say, there's always somebody out there who's facing probably worse than I am. And if I can help them, if I can send this message today, that there is always another day, then I have done my job. Yesterday was the past, and it is forgotten. Tomorrow, although there is another day, it is never promised. So what do? We live for now. We live for the present. We do our best to get up and live life to our fullest ability every single day, no matter what is going on. The grass is green, the sun is shining, the flowers are blooming, the people around us are laughing, our family is here. We feel love in the air, we feel gratitude, we feel forgiveness, we feel happy. That is life. But life is also the pain, the grief, the suffering, the tears, the sadness, the hopelessness, the helplessness. And I understand that, and I know that. So what do? We put it all together because it is a package deal. All of that is who we are. as an individual, as a human being. That's what makes up our inner core. That's what's in our heart. All those emotions, all of that mixed together makes up who we are and decides who we will become. As we embark on this journey of life together, we may be following separate paths. We may be going down different areas of life and experiencing so many unique problems and issues and finding different values and embedding that into our life in different ways. But you know what holds us all together is the core of humanity, is that core principle that we are all on this journey together. We will be here to support one another. We will be here to help one another, to uplift one another, to reach out and say, I hear you, I see you, I support you. I will be your friend. I will be your mentor. I will be the person that you can count on, you can lean on. Once you begin to open up and realize that we are all here to do this as one, then maybe things can get a little bit easier. We have the ability to live a healthy, beautiful life with the desires and our wants and our needs being fulfilled. But it's up to you to do that. It's up to you to obtain that positive mindset to go forward. As I stand before you today on this virtual summit, I am so blessed to be able to have had this vision to carry out this summit and to bring on so many amazing, wonderful people who are gathered here today to excite you, to motivate you, to inspire you, to bring healing into your lives. Take today's opportunity and use it, leverage it, feel it. Understand that anything is possible once you believe. Believe in you, believe in yourself, believe in the people around you, believe in everything that feels right. Let your passion drive you. Let your desires move you. Become one and whole with everything you want in your heart. Don't be scared to step onto the railing. Don't be scared to take that leap of faith into yourself and others. I believe in you. We believe in you. You can do this. You can accomplish everything that you want. Embark on this journey with us today. Join us today on the 2nd Annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. Be inspired, be motivated, create your future today. And I guarantee you will create the best outcome for your life and for your family. Thank you all so much for being here today, and a special thank you to all the speakers and performers. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart for becoming whole, for becoming this vision of mine, and for showing me that anything is always possible. Everybody, please enjoy the summit.
In spite of the ache, I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again.
Wow. If that was not motivating, I don't know what is. I just want to take the time to thank Jen for putting this together. Jen, I've known Jen for 20 years, and to grow up with her and see, our ups and downs through life, to see where she's at right now, how much growth, and she just has a positive outlook on life. She is so beautiful, so determined. She's walking in her purpose. She's so strong. And the fact that she can sit here and talk up to all of us about what's going on in her life, it doesn't keep her down. She is making moves. She is a woman to be admired, to be watched, because she is destined for greatness. She is doing great things already. And I cannot wait to see what the next 20 years and beyond brings for you, Jennifer. So thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for bringing us all together. Thank you for creating change.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're muted.
Thank you again, Jennifer. Hey, that was a powerful video. Thank you, Queen. You did a good job. I'm proud of you.
You're
I'm gonna let.
Beautiful, Jennifer. You were speaking, but you're muted. Sorry.
Go ahead. You guys talk. Sorry.
I was gonna get Grace a chance to elaborate real quick on the video.
Saying how amazing the video was, and she knows I'm in her corner. She knows. So it was refreshing. No pun intended. It was a reminder. It was really beautiful.
Thank you so much, Grace.
And here's what I know for sure is that you're going to rise, and we will do it together.
Yep, we're all rising up together with this summit. That is the point.
Sending you much love.
Thank you so much. And, with that, I appreciate all of you. And I just want to say to all of you who are here, all the hosts and co-hosts, all of you have just been so important in my life in putting this together. You have all played an important and integral role. I see Gershom is on here too. I'm actually going to bring him, I'm going to pin him over here because Gershom, I'm putting you on stage, Gershom. You have also been an integral part of me growing and learning, and you have just been so awesome, and you have impacted my life in so many ways. So Gershom, if you can.
What an honor, what a grace, what a moment. Jennifer, you are more than exceptional. You are a visionary. You are purpose-driven, and you are living a life that more than any words could elaborate. The greatest thing in life is to know that you're not living for yourself, but you're living to leave a blueprint for others to follow. Many of us sometimes don't understand that it's not what we do for someone out of our heart, but it's to know that we do it because we want to be a blessing to them. I remember the first time we met on Clubhouse. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Gershom, aka Dr. G, the Love Motivator. I'm a motivational speaker and life strategist. I've been on this journey, sharing the light for others to follow. And Jennifer poured into me, and she just wouldn't let me go since then. And I want to say this to everyone. She said, Gershom, you're going to speak tomorrow, but I'll say I will speak just a little bit today. I want to tell you that for not one of you are here in this forum by accident. So whatever you have done up to this point of your life, you're about to elevate to a next level. You're about to move from a level of this virtual summit to a position where God will put you on a pedestal that you will no longer hide your light under the bushel, but shine it for the world to see. It is 3 a.m. in London, England, and I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing. You know why I'm buzzing? I'm buzzing because I know that something amazing is about to take place. I want to ask you a question. Do you know how unbreakable you are? You might bend, but you will not break. For you to become unbreakable, you have to go through the process. And that means some of you have to go through extreme pressure. Some of you have to go through the mindset where you have to go through the fire. I remember growing up in a small island, Montserrat in the West Indies, sleeping on the floor with a big family of 8. Me and my brothers share a bed. And sometimes cockroaches and sometimes rats will pass by. But I remember looking up at the stars, and my brother we would spend time talking and saying, we would have this time called talking time. And it was about me and him sharing time, saying that whatever he said, I couldn't have said, but I had to say something better, something that he didn't come up with. But he would say all the good things. I would drive a BMW. I would have 5 houses. I would travel the world. And this was when my father couldn't put food on the table. This was when I had to work like 8 miles to go to school. This was when we were humbly poor, but wealthy in mind. Humbly poor, but wealthy in mind. And what does this mean? Every now and then, my mom would say, son, you are special. You have something that the world needs. You are special, Gershom. Out of all the 8 children, you've got something. Although I couldn't read or write or type at the age of 25, you are special, Gershom. So when me and Jennifer bumped into each other on Clubhouse, I knew that something was about to elevate. I want to ask you a question. Do you know how unbreakable you are? Some of you don't want to go through extreme pressure. Some of you don't want to go through name calling or like I did, or cyberbullying, like 4.5 years from your own friends and community that you know. Like, what are you doing on Facebook? When I couldn't even type a status properly with grammatical errors, still making a mistake. But now I'm a published author of 3 books. I want to tell you this from the bottom of my heart, wherever you are in the world. I want to tell you this, that you are unbreakable because you might have to go through that psychologist where he says, diagnosed me at the age of 31 from a college dropout, going back to university. And he said to me, son, with tears in my eyes, you wet the bed late in your life, in your teenage years, because you were struggling with dyslexia and dyspraxia. You are struggling with some disorders that they didn't know. So when those teachers call me dunce, hard-headed and slow, when those teachers didn't believe in me and they start name calling me, I understood that I had purpose. I want somebody to write and say, I have purpose. You have to believe it because I came up with this idea and I came up with this thing that I say, first, you got to dream it. First, you got to see it in your mind and you've got to be able to believe it. And then after you believe it, you've got to speak it. Now, when you speak it, your word won't return void. And after you speak it, you write it down. And after you write it down, you then execute it. Every single day, you show up. As I listen to Herman Shaw, I am special. I am amazing. I am powerful. I am fearfully and wonderfully made. The moment that you understand that you have a gift, the moment that you know that you have to turn the light on for somebody else to follow, the moment that you know that even though they might call you dunce, hard-headed, slow, that you will stay back like me. I don't know, 2 times. In the Caribbean, if you don't pass the Mac, you stay back. So all the children, little children, you're the big kid in the class. That was me. And now I'm a published author, CEO, and founder of my own personal development company. I had the opportunity to grace the stage with the likes of Dr. Eric Thomas. I'm in the circle of influence like Les Brown. I don't want to, I'm not trying to get your name drop. I'm just trying to tell you that I made a decision that I was going to become unbreakable. You are unbreakable. You must understand, you might bend, but you won't break. You might burn, but you won't die. You must understand that your pain will push you to purpose. It's your pain that would elevate you and transform you. It's your pain that would tailor you, fashion and mold you. So when Jennifer told me that she was diagnosed, with tears in my eyes, I said, Jennifer, I remember when I went through my broken heart. After 6 years of loving one woman, taking her out and treating her with the world. Asked her to marry me. He went down on one knee. I did buy the diamond. Been with her for about 3 months. And then on my birthday, 17th of May, 2007, she told me I wanted to be as free as a bird. I remember with a broken heart and almost devastated, depression, anxiety, wanting to clock in and clock out of this world. I wanted to exit. So whereas Les Brown said, if you can look up, you can get up. I wasn't looking up. I was looking in my pillow with tears in my eyes, asking God why. With pain of depression, of anxieties, of fears. Couldn't move forward. Locked myself away in my room for weeks on end. Eating, overeating, putting on weight. I was broken. But guess what? I was only getting bent. And I understood that in that moment, I was managed to roll out of bed that morning when I was thinking about taking my life. And as I roll out of bed, I managed to fall down on my stomach. And I'm a guy that likes the gym. So I managed to hear the voice saying, push, Gershon. I counted myself off. 1. Push, Gershon. 2. So I started doing some push-ups. Push, Gershon. I started doing some push-ups. Push, Gershon. Push past your pain, Gershon. Push past your pain, Gershon. Push past your pain, Jennifer. Push past your pain, Ramona. Push past your pain, Grace. Push past your pain, Gershon. And I understood in that moment, God said to me, son, I'm going to use your pain to get you to the next level. Somebody say next level. It's your next level that your pain would elevate you. So as I listened to Jennifer and she spoke to me about what she was going through and then exactly what she wanted to do, I say, you're about to fly, but I want to what you saw, because elevation is where God want to take you to the next level, that you can allow yourself to soar. So no longer that you're trying to flap your wings and do all this hard work. He will glide you through the storm. He would pilot you through the winds, and he will direct you because your steps are ordered. So today, I want to say this as I wrap this up. I know I'm only out 5 minutes. I want you to get this. None of us are together in this summit by accident. And whatever you're going through, whatever circumstance, whatever obstacle, I needed to know this: you are unbreakable. I want to tell you, that day when my heart was broken, I say, thank God she broke my heart, but she didn't break my mind. Somebody say renewal. You're going to renew your mind every single day. You're going to feed your thoughts with positive things. You're going to allow yourself to elevate, surround yourself with people that are like-minded like you, that is going to pour into you, that they're going to sharpen you every single day to tell you, keep going. Keep going, Ramona. Keep going, Jennifer. Keep going, Grace. You would understand that no matter what you're going through, no matter the obstacle, remember, it's just a challenge. It's not something that's going to keep you down. It's just a challenge. You know, I say to me, when I go to the fun fair, when they come around, I don't like the merry-go-round because I hate going around in circles. Because when you go around in circles, is that you seem like you're stuck. And some people, I mean, like those people that like getting cheated on, sorry, you just keep going around in circles. Come on, it's time you take the roller coaster. Come on, somebody come with me. Let's take the roller coaster together. We're gonna go down and we're gonna go up. And we're gonna keep flying sometimes. And sometimes we're gonna go down, but we're gonna go back up. So today, listen to me. Wherever you are in this summer, as we heal, as I motivate you, as you transform, as you get to your next level, I need you today to understand that this is not accident. Your steps are ordered, and you may feel down, but you are unbreakable. And I need you to push. Somebody say, I'm gonna push. Somebody say, I'm going to push. Why? Because some days you're going to have to pray until something happens. Somebody say pray. You're going to have to pray. Like seriously, you're going to have to get to your secret place. I tell Ramon, I say to Jennifer, you got to get to a quiet place. I love the garden. I'm a person that goes to the garden. I go to the nature. I go to the river. I go to the river where I can hear the water flowing, and I get the voice, and the voice says to me, son, you might not have money in the bank, but I'm going to tell you, somebody's going to bless you this week. I want to tell you, I could tell you the stories after stories, how my steps are ordered, but you got to understand this summit, wherever you are, somebody's about to heal. And I dare you for giving me the opportunity to raise my hand all the way from London, England, at 3 a.m. in the morning. It's probably coming up to 4 now. I want to raise my hand upon you, wherever you are watching this right now. I got my Instagram family watching me right now. I need you in this moment to say, I'm going to rise. Come on, say it with me from your stomach. I'm going to rise. But most of all, I'm going to become.
I'm going to rise.
That's right. I'm going to rise. And I'm going to become unbreakable. Unbreakable.
Unbreakable.
Because you are blessed and highly favored. You are here. Wherever you are in this moment, wherever you are right now, whatever you're going through, you did not come to this summit to leave the same. And I'm going to tell you this, you are healed. So keep going. You don't quit on me now. You've come too far. You've signed too many contracts. You've worked too many nights. You've turned too many nights. You've gone through pain. You can't give up now. You've got to keep going. You got to keep pushing forward. Come on, come on. Get pumped up. Get excited. That's why I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I've got energy like nobody else can, because I understand when the doctors told me that I was diagnosed and they told me I've got the coronavirus, and then I struggled with it just in December. And then my body is damaged because now they're saying I'm a diabetic and I've got to take insulin. And they said, son, you are lucky. You are in hypo. You could have died. I said, no, I couldn't die because I had to be at this summit. Somebody, I want you to get this in your mindset. I want you to believe me with your heart. I want you to hear me from your heart. Wherever you are, as I look you in the eye, listen to me very closely. I have understood this one thing. And if I know for sure this one thing, you know, Tony Robbins, my friend, Eric Thomas, E.T. the hip hop preacher, my brothers, I tell you, Zig Ziglar, Jim Rohn, I've studied the greats. If you've been listening to them, let me tell you something. You're listening to Gershom Allen, AKA the Dr. G, the Love Motivator. One thing I know about you that you don't know about yourself, and I want you to know it tonight, that you have purpose. You have purpose, just like in the toolbox. There's a saw and a hammer, and you have purpose. You might be that singer, you might be that actor, you might be that speaker. You have purpose, and I'm challenging you, and I'm daring you. I'm daring you today to say, look, I have purpose, and I'm going to execute it. I have purpose, and I'm going to execute it. Every single day, I'm unbreakable. Come on, somebody say, I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. Today's your day.
Unbreakable.
Today is your day of healing. My name is Gershom Allen. I'm done speaking for now, but I'm never done speaking because I was blessed with the gift, and I will give it to you, Jennifer. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Remember this, you are blessed and highly favored, and you are unbreakable. Say, I am unbreakable.
Unbreakable.
I am
unbreakable.
Oh my God, Gershom. Amazing as usual. I gotta get everybody up here. Hold on, let's get the refresher up here. Let's get Ramona, let's get Grace up here. You know, Gershom, the first time
we're up here, right? We're up here with you.
I gotta pin you. I'm getting you up here. The first time that I went into a room and I heard Gershom speaking, And I remember during that time I was in that room, I felt a lot of stuff going on and within my heart. And when I heard Gershom speak, I really felt like he was speaking directly to me. And after that, I had to reach out and I had to say, Gershom, you impacted me so much. You've left such an imprint in my mind, in my heart, in my soul, everything. And since then, we've become, really, really close friends. And I truly admire you, Gershom, and you have gone to so many high levels, and you're going to just keep elevating, and you're going to keep reaching for the stars. And I appreciate you so much, and what you just brought to the table. It just goes to show how you have added such value to this summit today. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for everything you have done to support me, to support this event, to support everybody. You are always pouring yourself into everybody on Clubhouse whenever you can. And I know Refresher is how I met you, actually. So I want to pass it on to Refresher because he's family, and he always has the greatest things to say about you. So take it away, Refresher.
Hey, that was some words of encouragement, man. I hope the viewers and listeners were taking some notes, because my man brought that fire, man. Feels good to be here, man. Feels good to see your face on camera, man. Outside Clubhouse, man.
It's a privilege. It's a privilege. Let me just say this, and one of the greatest gifts of life is to be able to connect with other human beings that are like-minded. I understand that many of us, have been going through a lot of things in our lives individually, and this is where the magic happens when we come together. Because when you come together, you have the ability to sharpen yourself. You have the ability to see something in you that you never seen in yourself from somebody else. So, Refresher, I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you for encouraging her to think bigger, to go across the seas, to go larger. But with all my heart, never forget today is a new day, and it's a beginning of something amazing. So it doesn't matter what yesterday happened yesterday. It's about today, and we can make something amazing. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for having me a part. I think I see Kendall somewhere, and that's the people. Ramona, nice to see you, in this way. And Grace, I beautifully love what you offered, and I missed you, Larry, but you're there. And I want to say this: let us understand this one thing. Whenever we come together, something amazing happens. He says, "We're 2 or 3, I got it." So the world is gonna change. So you've done something amazing today, and trust me, the fire tomorrow, what I have to offer, was just the beginning of what I've got to give.
Awesome. I just want to thank you.
Oh, Ramona.
No, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
You go, honey. I think you.
I'm so sorry. Well, I just wanted to definitely thank you for that awesome message, powerful message. Of course, indeed, as usual, anytime that we connect on Clubhouse, as you mentioned, there is definitely something that just happens. We all just start collaborating, pouring into each other, pouring into all of those other people that come to the rooms that we share the stages on and things of that nature. And it's just a privilege to share this stage with you as well. And like Refresher just mentioned, it's a pleasure to now be literally in the same room, on the same screen, and on the same stage, because as you know, on Clubhouse, we don't get to actually physically see each other regardless of where we are, even though we are global. From all over the world. Here I am in Atlanta, Georgia. I believe Jennifer in New York. You're in the UK. And Refresher's in Maine. And Grace, I believe is in Texas, I think, or some.
Today, right?
Yes, there you go. There you go. So with that said, I just wanted to definitely thank you for that awesome, powerful, absolutely powerful message. Yes, we are all truly unbreakable. And yes, challenge just simply means that we are evolving and going through a metamorphosis of change. And that's precisely what the word challenge means. I got this from one of my actual leaders, is that word challenge actually. When you take the first 3 letters of the word challenge and the last 3 letters of the word challenge, CHA in the front, NGE in the back, and you put them together, it means change. So through every challenge, every single challenge is going to require us to change in some way, shape, or form, no matter how small or how big, but it's going to require some form of change. And that is what challenge requires of us. So those challenges are all purposely meant and created specifically for us to grow through, not go through, but grow through. So thank you so much for that awesome message. And it was definitely a pleasure hearing from you today and seeing you here in this awesome space. And thank you again for being here at the Healing Motivational Summit. Thank you, Jennifer, that powerful message and video as well. I am just full. I'm so glad to be sharing the stage with beautiful Grace Holden in the house. Oh my goodness, that by itself. Oh my gosh, I'm just done today.
Yeah, it's been
Thank
a
you
lot
so
of
much,
healing.
Grace. And Grace as well. And on to you, Grace. Thank you.
I see my brother Kendall somewhere
I
there. And,
wanted to,
I really just want to touch his heart. And I've been praying for you, my brother. Something amazing is going to happen your way. Refresher. Before I speak, I always go into a spirit of prayer. That's what I was doing. I was getting my mind.
Why are you still not dressed?
Sharika, is that Sharika? I want to say to everybody, this is a special group of people. I want you to know this. It's a special group of people. It doesn't happen by accident. And wherever you are, remember that the beautiful thing, through this pandemic, a lot of us can't do events in live. I was supposed to do my tour last year, and is that the enemy just slipped that out of my fingers? I was meant to go on tour last year from April. I had 12 months tour all set out, but it just went out the window because of pandemic that happened in March in London. We went to a lockdown, and instead of me, I was kind of wrestled with God and say, why, Lord, why, what that happened? Lost the contracts, lost the sponsors. I want to say this, guys. You must understand that there's a process, and we cannot skip any step of the process. And I look on social media, and there's a lot of people looking at the numbers, the likes, and the shares, and all these things that we're trying to get more exposure for. But there's a process that if you can get your heart and your mind ready for, the elevation will come. So no matter how, as I said, we've got more than 2 people here, and something amazing is happening. So wherever 2 or 3, whenever I'm there and I see Ramona show up, and I see Jennifer show up, and the Refresher shows up, and I see Kendall show up, we have something. And now Grace, I call you family because they call you family, and I believe that we're going somewhere with this, and it will transform people's life, and I believe that somebody's life will be blessed, and we will continue to take the journey together.
I wanted to thank you so much for first of all, for everything you've shared. I wanted to read this because it kept coming to me as you were speaking. And when I think about the first 20 years of my life, the very first book I wrote, and it's going to be a little loud in my background, but I want you to hear me as best as you can. The first 20 years of my life, I have gone through what most people would consider death and back, because literally. So I walk around with the 18-inch scar on the front of my neck, multiple stab wounds, right? Now I'm going to be very sensitive to, this is on YouTube and so on and so forth. But I wrote, the first book was called Dirty. So I rarely get to share this story on Clubhouse or in spaces like this, but when I thought about that book, right, I thought about writing that book and bearing my soul. The purpose behind Dirty was because if someone was to know what really truly happened to me, then they may not want to touch. But it was inside that I thought I was dirty, right? So no one could really see it on the outside. So 5 major traumas: trafficking, rape, bullying, molestation, you name it, it happened to me before the age of 20. So you said unbreakable. And now, what I do is I book speakers all over the world virtually, just so you know your tour could still happen. Been doing it for a long time. And I looked it up and it says unbreakable. Let's be clear.
not liable to break
Oh.
or to be broken easily.
Oh.
You see, it doesn't really matter what it was I really went through. I was already graced, the number 5. 5 letters in my name, with the name graced. I was already graced to be unbreakable. You see, from birth, I was unbreakable. The core that was inside of me is unbreakable. It doesn't matter that I have an external scar multiple times. My life was almost taken. I was trafficked, bullied. People thought I was ugly and was never going anywhere. It doesn't matter what they thought. In the core of me is unbreakable. And as you were speaking, I thought about that thing for a minute.
Come on.
Not liable to break or to break easily.
Come on.
When you really ingest and swallow and digest what he said about being unbreakable, it's impossible to be broken.
You gave me excited.
Impossible. Like there is no way you can be. The only way you can be breakable is yourself.
Speak.
So when we really think about that for a hot minute, there is nothing that no one can do to you. Your time is not their time. It's God's time. So although they thought Grace wasn't going to be here, how in the world did you make it? How in the world have you gone through domestic violence in such a way that has left you? I was kidnapped for 3 days, held captive, was told you're not getting out of here. You will not live. But the word was already spoken into me in birth. The same for each of you. You're unbreakable. So I just wanted you to not think of that as just, oh, it sounds good. No, 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 no. This is beyond. Did you hear the power that he spoke into the atmosphere? This is beyond sounding good. This is believing and knowing without a shadow of a doubt that you are unbreakable. So when I wrote Dirty, then I wrote Invincible, then I wrote Overcomer, Fly, First Love You. I decided, okay, it's time now. The next book is the New York Times bestseller, and I truly believe that. And it's the speaking business from A to Z, everything you need to know. It's not an unsolved mystery. So it's a business book, but it was time for me to realize that I can move forward past those things. So I appreciate what you shared because it's deeper than the words. It's the power that is spoken that leads to us understanding that it's already confirmed. When you get its confirmation is when you truly believe.
You gave me excited. Come on.
So for those of you, as I look at you on here, Larry, Ramona, Jennifer, Mahatma, Mary Kim, Kendall again, right? Jennifer, Refresher, Alexis, Laura, hey, honey, Emily, Regina, Kiana, Jenny, Tanika, Sharika, Miss Red Sable, you are born unbreakable. Because your life was predestined before you were even born. So thank you for that. Thank you for that word. I appreciate it. And I'm just confirming what you've already spoken and echoing it and saying, yes, we are family. We are family even beyond the confirmation in this room. We're family because our Father has us and we are his children.
Come on.
So we're brothers and sisters, my soul brother. And it's nice to meet you. And with that, I'm done. Like we on club.
Power and authority. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that to dissect.
I appreciate you, King.
Definitely, hopefully we connect. I followed you on Instagram. When I saw you popped up, I said, how could Jennifer hide somebody so precious to me? Precious to her, precious to me. Now, Refresher had you. I went straight away. Let me say this. And I remember sitting in the audience with Les Brown. And I was at the front seat, had no tickets. I didn't pay for my ticket. VIP. Don't ask me how the miracle happened. I was just standing at the door. And I had VIP tickets, well, front row, really right in the front row seat. And this gentleman said I was gonna be able to come on the stage. That, you know, Spencer Farron, I really appreciate him today. He's my friend for forever now, a brother, a big father, mentor. I never really name drop a lot, but he called me on the stage in London and allowed me to share a little bit of my story. And then I came off the stage. And Les Brown said this one specific thing. He said when he was waiting to be that disc jockey that day on that radio station, he knew that the world didn't know him. But he knew the world will know him. I gotta get it right. He knew that the world did not know him, but he knew the world will know him. And today I'm gonna say this, you know, the dream is simple. A lot of people don't believe in my family that I would become an international strong name. A lot of people don't believe in my circle. So I've cut a lot of people off. I had to be on this journey alone. And I know I'm never alone because God is with me and He's my CEO. He's my everything. And I want to say this to Ramona. I really, you know, a lot of people do it on Clubhouse. Oh yes, they celebrate you and because they want to connect and get into your network to all the rest of it. I really listen to your soul when you speak. I really listen to your heart when you speak. I really listen to your mind when you speak, because God has gave me that gift. And Jennifer said to me, "How did you know that?" She likes when we talk. She goes, "How did you know that?" And I said, "If I tell you, then that means I have to tell you all my conversations with God." But I want to say this, you know, I believe that nothing happens before its time, and we are giving birth to something amazing. And I really want to see this live one day. We are all on the stage, holding hands, hugging each other in the physical, and making it happen in Atlanta, making it happen in New York.
Amen to that.
Amen
to that. I hear that.
I appreciate you, you know, for confirming that's what it's about. It is possible. And the moment that we understand that whatever happens in the spiritual must manifest in the spiritual first before it manifests in the physical. And I've already manifested in the spiritual, so I'm speaking life to it so it can be manifested in the physical. And I can see the doors open, Madison Square Garden, wherever it is, the doors are open.
You guys have been speaking that into existence for a minute now. Every time we get together on those club rooms,
Yeah.
you know what? This needs to go live.
Right. Well, I appreciate all of you so much. Gershom, Ramona, Grace, thank you. Amazing conversations. But I know we do have a lot of speakers left, and we have only a couple hours to go. So we may be going into the mornings, huh?
I appreciate you guys. I'm out.
Thank you, Gershom. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Ramona. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everybody.
So with that, I do want to invite the next speaker. This is actually my passion. This is actually why the summit was started. Larry Linton was somebody that I met on Clubhouse who also has Parkinson's, who was diagnosed as well. And when I met him, it was truly a great opportunity for me to just learn a little bit more, because I hadn't had the opportunity to meet too many people who've had Parkinson's, and Larry happens to be one of them. I'm just gonna get him in here. And I asked him to come on to this summit so we can do a section together to really talk about our experience. Hey, Larry, how are you?
Hi. This has been tremendous. This has been fantastic. I've become a student tonight. Tough acts to follow, but fantastic. Jen, to you and the gang, you've done a marvelous job, and it's so good. And I feel very honored and privileged to be amongst all of you tonight.
Oh, thank you. Well, Larry, the privilege and honor is all mine, because when I came into that Clubhouse room and we started talking about everything that, what we were facing, and I think you went before me and I heard your story. And immediately when you said Parkinson's, that's the first thing that I heard. And then you told me how you were a marathon runner and that you had just finished, I think a half, I don't remember what it was exactly. But then I heard your voice, I hadn't seen your face yet. And I said, he sounds so hopeful. He sounds so courageous. And that, I have to tell you, at that moment in time, that gave me so much hope in my heart to know that living with Parkinson's, that I could be okay, and that I could live a healthy, great life. And that's why I was just so connected to you. And it was just so amazing to meet somebody else as incredible as you are, Larry. So tell us a little bit about your story and how, when you were diagnosed and you're running, how you became a marathon runner, all those things, because it's a wonderful and inspirational story.
The message that I'd like to convey to all of you, and I've heard it loud and clear myself, is that being diagnosed with a chronic illness is not necessarily the end of your life. For me, it took a while, but it signaled the beginning of a rewarding, more fulfilling chapter in my life. Like Jen, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. I was diagnosed 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, I was a mess. I had tremors, I had anxiety, I had insomnia. And if you would have told me then that I would run 3 half marathons in 5 years, that I would become a partner in a professional services firm, that I would return to my love for drumming and become a conga player in a band in and around Toronto, and that I would just last month complete a bike ride of 165 kilometers, I would never have believed it. But that is what Parkinson's gave me. It gave me the adversity, and I've come to realize that adversity is a better teacher than success, because I was on my road before Parkinson's, but I became my purpose. What I've heard tonight, and it's solidified for me, is that my purpose after my Parkinson's has become my life's mission. And that is to encourage people not to live, not to wait for the day of diagnosis, but to actually live your life like you've received the diagnosis, and to live your life intentionally in the moment. I think that's what Parkinson's does. It made me realize that you can live a life in the present. You mustn't worry about the past, and you can't fixate on the future. And I think that is the gift, really, when people have asked me about being diagnosed. It is a gift, because in a way, my life has become more meaningful, rewarding, and fulfilling after my diagnosis than ever before. And really, to have the opportunity to meet people tonight and meet you, Jen, has given me that opportunity to spread my word. And just like all the speakers have said, that you don't know me, but we've all got our own stories to share, but we're all united in this journey. And anybody living with a chronic illness or disease must know that there is still a life out there. So thanks for the opportunity. It's just been wonderful to hear stories, and to be part of it is fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, Larry, it's so amazing. When I was diagnosed, I remember that fear I did overcome, and that I wasn't sure what the next steps were, and I didn't know who to turn to for support. I didn't know how it would affect me in the future. And I heard you just say not to think about the future. And that was what I started doing. I remember getting on the computer and Googling every single thing I could possibly think of. And that was probably the worst thing you can possibly do, is to start Googling Parkinson's and what it can do, because there's so many different things that come up. And I think for me, one of the things that I needed to learn that I wasn't aware of is that it can affect people my age. Early onset Parkinson's is what I was diagnosed with, and I had known only about Michael J. Fox when I was first diagnosed. He was the only person that was diagnosed at a young age, and so I think it's important that we spread a little awareness that early onset Parkinson's is actually growing at an alarming rate. There are a lot of young people who are diagnosed, probably younger than me. I was diagnosed at 34, but there are people who have been diagnosed much younger. And
Right.
unfortunately, that is continuing to rise. And a lot of it has to do with what we're putting into our bodies, how we're eating,
Right.
things like that, a number of different things. There's no cause of Parkinson's. There's no one thing that you can pinpoint and say, that's why I got Parkinson's. But at the end of the day, like you said, and I love that you summed it up, is that Parkinson's became your purpose and your reason for doing what you do.
Right.
And that is truly inspiring to me. And I think for people who don't know about Parkinson's, who don't know how that battle is in the mornings sometimes, or the things that we go through. And I don't want to go in depth with it, but I do want to give people a little idea, because they see us now, we look perfectly okay.
Yes,
We probably
that's
don't
right.
seem like we both have Parkinson's as we're both sitting here talking, but you and I both know that struggle and that battle, Larry, that we do endure. And I think that once everybody understands sort of how in depth it can be, and how we still get up and face it every single day, is a part of that faith and that hope that you just talked about.
Yeah, that's right. I think the challenge is to advocate, to educate the general public, because we're getting younger, we're living with Parkinson's longer, we're in mid-career when we diagnose, we have different challenges. In fact, they're more, the challenges in my case were more psychological than the physical symptoms, because I was mid-career. So if we can band together and change the face of Parkinson's and get out there and advocate to convince and change the mindset of employers, of insurance companies, there's a big job to do, but I think if we band together, we can do it. And that's what I'd love to keep doing.
Right. And that's an interesting point, because I remember after the diagnosis, the first thing the doctor said was, here, take this medication and go home. They never said, okay, exercise, okay, eating, changing your diet. I mean, there was a couple doctors that may have said it, because I went to multiple ones to get other opinions, of course, but that wasn't the first thing that they came about and said. And again, that goes back to me having to empower myself with information and knowledge to know what could possibly help me.
Right.
And it was exercise, because you run. Exercise is so key. Exercise actually can help reverse the symptoms of Parkinson's, can help lead to slow down the progression of Parkinson's as well. And the diet is so important. And all those things are things that I started learning eventually, and I'm sure you did as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think exercise should be prescribed as a medication for Parkinson's, because there's no question that my strenuous exercise has slowed it down. And that's tremendous. Diet is obviously important. Rest. I mean, living in the moment is what we should all be doing, but more specifically with somebody with Parkinson's, you've got to live your life intentionally every day.
Yeah. And it's funny, as I was working on this summit and putting this together, I noticed that my symptoms were starting to actually get better. Why was that? Because I was putting my heart, my soul, my passion into something that I truly love to create and that I truly love to do. And like exactly what you just said, live in the moment, live your purpose. And that's exactly what I feel I was doing. And I could feel the healing internally. I could feel it mentally and emotionally. All those things make such a huge difference. So anybody out there and I'm sure, Larry, you've experienced too, when you start putting your mind to something that you love to do, when you pick up a hobby, when you pick up something creative, or if you just live in the moment, then that's where everything just begins to open up for you, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is great. Great to share stories with you, Jen, and thanks for the opportunity. It's been wonderful.
Yes, thank you so much, Larry. I appreciate you coming on and talking a little bit about your journey with Parkinson's. So you just ran a marathon. Tell us a little bit about that before you go, because I want everybody to know how well you're doing.
Well, it was a bike ride. I rode in a 165-kilometer bike ride as an event for Parkinson's, pedaling for Parkinson's here in Toronto. And I was on a team of 25, and only 2 had Parkinson's, and I finished in the top 5. So it shows you that, even with a chronic illness, we can still achieve, and your life is not over. And I think that's the message. It was the longest ride. It was the quickest ride that I've ever done. And I did it with Parkinson's, not without it. So I embrace my Parkinson's. I don't live against it. I live with it. And I think that's important.
Love it. Love it, Larry. And that's exactly true. For myself, I never thought I'd be sitting here talking to all of you and hosting this wonderful summit, because I just didn't think that Parkinson's would allow me to do that. But like you said, Parkinson's does not define you. It does not make you who you are. You are more than Parkinson's, and you can be whatever you want. You can accomplish whatever you want. The impossible is always possible. Just keep believing in yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Larry, for
Thank you,
doing
Jen.
this with me. And I appreciate you so much. And we will always be connected.
Thank you so much. That's
Thank
terrific.
you. So with that, thank you all so much. I do want to pass it on to Mahatma. I think Mahatma is coming up next. Mahatma, if you are here, please jump on stage.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I am here. This is such an amazing night, and I'm super excited. This has been amazing. Everyone has been coming forward with all of their shares, their inspiration, their insights, their motivation. This is exactly what we need. And I just want to give a special thanks to the host for allowing me to be a part of this amazing experience, to be able to help and support and provide that spiritual, technical healing for the entirement of this summit. I'm looking forward for the rest of the speakers that are coming on, and I look forward for tomorrow. And want to remind ourselves to take this time, take some pictures, share it to your Instagram, your social media feed, really get people involved in seeing that they have massive amount of ability to really heal their story, reset their mind frame, and be more emotional available for not just themselves, but also those in their family. So this has been such a pivotal night. Thank you so much, Ramona. Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Like, our stories are amazing, and we're all healing on different volumes. And to be able to pull this together, it just shows how dynamic healing truly can be, and there's no holds bars. And it's really up to us to come together more intentional. I really, really love what Grace was saying. Definitely, it spoke healing sounds, and I've been messaging a lot of the other speakers in the background, letting them know how transformational it is, because it's really important for us to connect. My partner that everyone heard yesterday, 369 Mindset, has definitely brought a new point to us being in Clubhouse specifically. We got the airplane, we got the back channel, and while we're sitting in these rooms sharing space, we want to start messaging each other more, just seeing how people are doing, how they like the room is flowing, and encourage each other more to get up on stage and share our voice, just like we're doing right here, and become more engaged. And this will help bring a lot of things into the forefront. So those of you that are tuning in, keep tuning in. There's a lot more stuff for us to see, and I look forward to seeing more. Thank you so much. I am Mahatma Starseed, and I am passing the mic back to Jen.
Jennifer, are you available? Refresher, are you available to say anything? Or there she is.
Hello, sorry about that. Thank you, Mahatma, so much. We appreciate you. She's our technical assistant, and she's one of our co-hosts. She's done an amazing job so far, and she's really just been back in the back of the scenes doing everything for us. So thank you, Mahatma, for everything as well. So next, we do have a couple more speakers left. Next in the queue, I believe we have Tanika coming up, or unless, I don't know if Tanika's here. Let me just see, Tanika or Abby. We have both of you in the queue for next. Tanika, are you on deck? I do see Tanika.
I'm here.
Hi, Tanika. How are you?
Hello.
Bring you up to the stage. How are you doing, Tanika?
Doing well. Thank you so much for asking.
The stage is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Well, everyone, thank you all for being here. I am so glad and blessed and also honored and humbled to be a part of this amazing summit. So I hope you guys have been getting all the gems and information. I have been just enjoying myself immensely. So I want to come to you guys about first talking about being the light in your own life and just a little bit of a pivot, stay the course. Now, I've been talking about this for a while, but I want to make sure that I put that out for everyone to know. You know, there's a quote that's by Natalie Goldberg, and it says this: follow what you love and it will take you where you want to go. So your passion, your purpose, you're here for a reason. You're not here by accident. There are no accidents, and the Lord didn't create us just to sit around and wonder, well, why am I here? Did he create you just to sit here and take up space? Absolutely not. And for me, I went through a domestically violent situation and had a marriage that was extremely abusive. Yet and still, I came out of that with the help and the grace of the Lord to come out of that situation knowing I deserve better, knowing that I need to utilize what I had gone through, that experience, to teach somebody else what to do and how to maneuver out of that situation. And I knew from that point on, I could not be silent. The entire time that I was in that situation, I was wondering, what was this? What was this that I was in? How did I arrive in this position? And sometimes we think that we know so much and then we don't until we're actually in that situation. And then you realize, hey, this is not for me. This is not where I'm supposed to be. This is not what God has for me, but I'm still yet stuck. Have you ever found yourself stuck? I did. I found myself stuck, and now I utilize my story to help people get unstuck. So what is the course that you're on? Do you know the course? Have you figured it out? Have you discovered what you're here for, what your purpose for? Well, if you don't know just yet, let me tell you, it's not too late. You're not late, you're actually on time. And this is a point where you take a decision, as we hear some of the speakers share, being intentional, figuring out where you're supposed to be, pushing past your pain, turning it into purpose. All of those things, they all accumulate to one thing, knowing why you're here. There is a reason you're here. You're designed for a greater purpose. There is amazingness and greatness in you, and you have to walk that thing out. You're not just here by accident. So as you go about your day, every single day, living in intention and a purpose, remind yourself of this. There is somebody waiting for me. And I'm talking to you, everyone that's out here. There is somebody waiting for you. And come closer. They've been waiting for you for a long time. So I want you to do one thing for me. Stand in your light. That's right. Stand in your light. Make it shine bright, because you are magnificent. You've been created by the Creator, and you need to walk in that marvelous light. Sometimes we shirk back and we don't stand in our greatness, in the amazingness that we are. And I want to give you permission to stand up and stand out and be great in that light, which means live on purpose with intentionality. Remember to ignite that passion and that flame that's roaring inside of you. Then I want you to grow through the experiences. Don't just go through them, grow through them, learn from them, glean from them. And then at the same time, be hungry enough to change that dynamic that's in your life that you don't want. And then on top of that, be tenacious enough to leave people and things that no longer serve you. Because we stay around things and people for a little too long and wonder, well, why is this person around me? Why is this happening? There are people around you for a certain season. You got to know when to cut them, when to let them loose, and don't let them suck up your energy, your time, and your space. Because listen, we only have one life to live. That's one life. We only get one go round. And when you are done with this life, I hope you will look back, and people will look back at your life, and you're thinking about this. Did I leave a legacy? Have I left a legacy for when I leave here, for the others to follow? Am I leaving a legacy, or am I just making noise? Am I leaving legacy, or am I just making a mess? Am I leaving legacy, or am I adding to a problem? Am I here to leave a legacy and add solution, or am I here just to take up space and time? So once you remember that and recall that there are people waiting for you to stand in your greatness, waiting for you to stand and rise up, waiting for you to be what God has called you to be. They are waiting for you. There are so many people waiting for you. And every single time I will see someone and they will shirk back because of what somebody has said about them. Somebody doesn't like how you did something. Somebody does not like how you said something. Somebody doesn't like how you wore your hair, how you did this, how you did that. And listen, we have so many people that are so amazing and great, but they don't let their light shine. Why? Because we're too busy listening to the wrong people. Who's in your ear? Who are you listening to? If you listen to the wrong people, they will get you off course. They will get you distracted. And listen, the topic is to stay the course, right? We're all here to make a change. But if you get off your specific course and you look to the left or to the right, you're off course. So remember, don't look to the left nor to the right. Stay focused and stay going towards your goals, your dreams, whatever vision God has given to you and laid in your heart. You keep running for that. You do not let your light be put under a bowl so nobody can see it. Shine bright and let it illuminate. And whatever accolades and things that you've done, let people know. You're not bragging. You're letting people know how amazing and wonderful God has given you something. Because remember this, our story might be about us, but it's not for us. Somebody else needs what you have. Somebody else needs to know how they can overcome. Somebody else needs to know what you did to get through that thing. Somebody needs to know what it is to get through. How did you do that? How did you make that work? How did that happen? And when you connect to the right people, they'll tell you. But you have to be bold enough, courageous enough, brave enough to say, you know what, I'm going to step out on faith, not by these eyes, but by my mind's sight. And I'm going to walk in faith. And I'm not going to walk by sight. I'm not going to walk by what I see. I'm not going to let my circumstances and my situations dictate to me that this is it. This is the end all be all. Because your situation and your circumstance is just that. It's temporary. Things are going to change. And that's one thing you can count on. Change is inevitable. It's going to happen. So remind yourself and remind others around you, listen, this is just what it is. It's not going to be like that forever. The change is going to come. But if you continue to just stay in that same space, you will not realize that. You can't stay down. You've got to rise up. If you fall, get back up. We all fall, but dust yourself off and say, okay, all right, I fell down, but I'm going to rise. I'm not going to stay down there. I'm not going to stay in the muck and the mire and the mud. I'm going to rise up. I'm going to dust myself off and I'm going to walk again. If you stumble again, rise up again. As many times as you fall, you rise back up. You don't let anybody, anything, circumstances, or any of it keep you down. And while you're doing that, stop looking at you in the wrong way. Start looking at you the way the Lord sees you. So I want you to slay today. Some of you know that, slay? Slay today. Start looking at you the way the Lord sees you. Some of us look at ourselves in a very poor mindset, in a very poor way, a very disgusting and loathing way. And I don't want you to look at yourself like that. You are amazing. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. Like the speaker before me has said, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. I want you to remember that. And remember your royal priesthood. Act like it. Stand in that. Arch your shoulders back. Stand up and walk tall. Speak tall. Be that person. Do not let anybody dim your shine. And if they are not about what you're doing, then push them to the side. That's that tenacious. Be tenacious enough to leave those people and those things that no longer serve you. Sometimes people have their expiration date, and sometimes they've expired, and it's time to move on. So if someone is expired in your life, a situation is expired, don't go pick it back up, because we don't all have that much time to keep going back and going back. We move forward, pressing towards the mark of the high calling. We're all purpose here for a reason. And so when you know, that's one of the themes I've been hearing, purpose, purpose, purpose. Your purpose here for a reason. You take your pain and you change it and you make it shine. You shine so bright and you use that to fuel you to push forward and push through, push past the pain. Let that ignite you and say, you know what? Whatever the situation was, it's not going to get me down. The enemy's not going to get me down. This person's not going to get me down. The situation's not going to get me down. I shall not be down. Every single person that I've heard on here has gone through some challenges. They've gone through some changes. They've gone through some things. And guess what? They've taken every single one of those things and said, you know what? I'm going to beat that thing into submission because it's going to work for me. And I'm going to use it to help somebody else. I'm going to use it to help someone grow. I'm going to use it to show somebody else. I'm going to use it to light up the sky where I'm at. And in my sphere of influence and further beyond, I'm going to continue to do it. So do that. Make sure you're doing that. Make sure you are not letting anything pass your pain. Don't let anything stop you. We always want to think that there's somebody who's stopping us, and in reality, it's just us. So when you give yourself permission to be your authentic self, your genuine self, who you are, people will come to you. Your tribe, your people, those people who need you, they will find you. And we live in such a big, vast world. There's a lot of people that are going to need exactly what you do and exactly who you are. But you got to believe that, and you got to stand in that. No matter if you're the only one, go and let the Lord direct your path, guide you, because you have something that this world needs, and only you can deliver it. So be that authentic self. Don't let anybody steal your shine, because you, my dear and my friend, ladies and gentlemen, you're one of a kind. There's no more like you. Once you're gone, that's it. There's no more. So be your authentic you. Nobody's going to do you like you. So be that authentic you. My name is T. Drake, the podcasting godmother of connection. And I want you guys to be blessed, motivated, and always inspired to do what God lays on your heart. Thank you guys again for allowing me to share a little bit of a message of inspiration with you.
That was absolutely beautiful, T. Drake. Loved it, loved it, loved it. As usual, one of the most powerful, profound speakers. Loved it, loved it, loved it.
Thank you, Ramona. Thank you so much.
I believe Grace, Grace, did you have something to add? I'm sorry.
Just sending hearts and love and likes. I put it up there. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Loved it, loved it, loved it. Mahatma, are you available to let us know who the next speaker is? I believe Jennifer might be.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So we do have, I don't know if Abby was in the queue, but I haven't seen her. But I know we have Mary who's here. Mary is in the queue as well. Mary is one of our other dynamic speakers, and she has so much to offer. She has a phenomenal story. Mary is also going to be on tomorrow for the kids section. Mary is going to be doing a poem tomorrow, but today she's going to be talking a little bit to us. So I want to bring up Mary to the stage. Mary, thank you so much for joining us. Are you still here? Yes, you are.
I'm still here.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This has been amazing. I've been on since yesterday and then today, empowering. I hope everyone that's watching is getting something out of it, tidbits and gems. Like, I moved so much. Like, this is just so powerful, and I'm just so blessed and honored to be here. So I'm going to do a Coach Light disclaimer. I've given my son all the tools, so hopefully he won't come in here with his big tablet loud and stuff, but we'll manage it. So I'm here. My name is Mary Kim Farkas, and I'm here to share a little bit about my little journey of life and how I got through it to where I am today. Mostly people who will see me like this will be like, they'll have something to say about my red lipstick. And if we were in person, I guarantee you I'll be wearing heels. They'd have something to say about my heels. They'd have something to say about me being quiet. And they're never anything good. Red lipstick is, who are you wearing that for? Do you have a date? My heels, why are you wearing heels? Why don't you wear flats? Don't your feet hurt? And me being quiet, oh, she's stuck up. I only say this because in order to be empowered, you have to be confident in who you are and what you stand for. And for me, lipstick does it for me. Red, hot pink, whatever, that makes me feel confident. If I'm in a business situation, doing a presentation at an event, I'm wearing heels because that makes me feel confident. It gives me power. And quiet is I'm a big observer. but if you know me, and once you get to know me, you probably can't shut me up. So I say that because in order for you to be empowered through self-care and self-love, you have to be confident. So you have to know what makes you confident. If it's a hat, if it's a piece of jewelry that just lights you up, if it's a clothing, whatever it is, find what that is. So that's where I want to start. You have to be confident in who you are first. The other thing I want to share is 2 journeys of mine that changed my life. One, I learned about, it's 2 triggers. One is abandonment through a loss. And the other one is abuse, sexual abuse when I was a child. So I'm a champion of both. So I want to just share a brief story. I learned about abuse before I was 12 years old. I don't know the timeline. I want to guess it was maybe around 2 years. My house that we lived in was where everyone went. It was the place that we gathered. It was the place we had holidays. We had a pool, so everyone was there. I had an uncle who would take advantage of me before I was 12, and he liked to go have some fun in my pants with his mouth. And I liked it. I am not sure if I liked more of the act of it or the attention. I was a middle child. I did not know as a child what middle child syndrome was, but as I got older and went through my healing process, it's a real thing. And it explained a lot of things from my childhood through young adult, of things that I did and stuff. I wanted the attention. I needed to feel loved. I needed to feel important. And so that time with this adult made me feel that way. I allowed it to happen for a period of time until one day everyone was over the house and swimming in the pool. I see that he wanted to do a little more and had something sticking out. He wanted to hug me. That's when I drew the line. I moved away and I stood away from him any other time he got home. So I moved away from that. I gave myself that power. I had to forgive myself for allowing him to do that. I had to, and forgiveness is not about me, about the person, because most times the other person that did something to you is not going to forgive you. You have to forgive them, because that's for me to move on. I had to forgive myself because there was a time where I had a family friend come over, and it was like, I was just a girl. I was having fun, like on the swings. It was fun for me. I invited her to come join us, or come and have fun. I was a child. I did not know. I had to forgive myself for that. As many of you may know that most people who abuse people were abused, but it does not mean that if you were abused, that you become an abuser. So I had to really forgive him because he did not know better. I had to heal myself. It also taught me as I got older, I was in certain situations where that also came about, and I was able to defend myself and move away from that person who was trying to do things to me. Abandonment. I was 12 years old, and I stayed late at a neighbor's house with my dad and my siblings. Went to the house the next morning. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was babysitting the neighbor's kids. I woke up and my world was not the same anymore. Sorry, I've said this story a million times, not cried. My mom was brutally taken away from us, and I became a ward. Me and my siblings became ward of the state immediately. I was 12, my sister was 9, my brother was 13. Becoming a ward of the state, being guardians to a family that we knew, separated, it was tough. We had a lot of challenges. Living with family that was our family, but was not our family. There was trying times growing up as a child, growing up as a middle child, and this new dynamics with multiple kids. So there were 6 of us now. And I had a lot of issues growing up with abandonment, not feeling loved. I do not blame my parents at all. They were in their 20s and they had 6 kids to manage. But I didn't know at the time as a child that I did not really know what love felt like until I had my son. When I see my son and he comes to me, he immediately feels secure. He feels loved. He feels comforted. And at the age of 40, I realized I don't have that memory as a child. I also made decisions as an adult and was in a certain relationship because I was missing pieces that I wanted to fulfill from my childhood, from the different abuses. And when that person filled that, I felt complete. And at the age of 30, I had to do more soul searching. I left a long relationship because it wasn't fulfilling me anymore. And he was not being fulfilled by me. And that piece of puzzle that I had from him in order to feel whole was torn apart. It took me 4 years to find myself again, because in the last 3 years of that relationship, I lost who I was. I forgot what my dreams were. I changed who I was in order for me to feel loved by this person how I used to feel. I did not know who I was anymore. And I had to take the time to find me. And during that process of finding me, I did a little self-sabotage, and then I had to rebuild myself up. So I share this all with you because I'm going to share how I did it. And it sounds maybe kind of corny, but 7 is my lucky number, and actually Mary Kim is 7 letters. So I found a way to break it down based on my name, Mary Kim. So the first thing, M, is me. So who you are right now is deserving of everything. Whether you feel whole, whether you feel that you're missing something, that you're working on things from the past, that you're looking for this goal, whatever place that you are in, just know me, meaning you, are okay where you are right now, exactly the way you are, and you're deserving everything that you want in life. A, I am a champion, meaning you are a champion. I used to say survivor until I found someone who said champion. And I like champion so much better because a survivor, to me, is that someone allowed you to live. You did not have the power to survive. Someone allowed you to live. I believe sometimes in the work of, if you believe in whatever you believe in, I believe in faith and God, that sometimes we go through things. I was in almost in a 4 intersection car accident. At the time I lost someone in my life and I was kind of like zoning out, but I just knew, and I went through the red light by accident. And literally, I swear, my guardian angel saved me and my son. We did not get hit. Every car passed us by the grace of God. That I survived. But I see things of us working through becoming a better person, working through trauma, going through those steps. We are champions because a champion purpose is to work hard on them in order to win. Their champion mindset is, I'm going to be number 1. I'm going to win over this opponent. And the opponent is the person who did you wrong. And the person who opponent has hurt you or wasn't there or promised you something wasn't there. And I'm telling you, if you're not never, but in my experience, nobody has ever said to me, I'm sorry for doing that. Please forgive me. Find a way to forgive them for you to move on. So we are all champions because you're working through that mess, that stuff, to be number 1 because you are a winner. R. This has 3 parts. Reduced, resilience and recovery. So reduced is, do not allow the thing that happened to you to reduce who you are. Do not allow the thing that someone's not giving to you anymore reduce who your dreams are, what you stand for in life. And for me, it was, I lost that middle school girl that had a list of unbelievable goals and dreams that no one could tell me that I'm not going to have that in my life. But a certain part of my life, I changed them and I forgot those things. Those things I said I never would do, I was doing. Resiliency is to do the work, because resilience is that you're going to bounce back. You're going to get back to who you were, but you have to do the work. It's hard work. It's crying. It's being mad. It's being angry. And my share to you, I believe the best thing to do, what has worked for me, if I'm mad, I'm getting mad at that moment. If I'm upset, I'm getting upset. If I want to cry, I'm crying. If I want to be happy, I'm happy. Because I feel that if we bottle things up inside and hold things in, this puts more toxins in our body. The last thing is recovery. Allow the time and the grace to recover. It's challenging. And even when you find that you're in a good space, there will be times in your life that things come up that you are going to need to think back of how the steps that you took to get where you were, because something may trigger you, or you may think of a memory. So recovery is an ongoing thing, but as the years pass, so my last recovery outside of COVID time, that's a challenging part for all of us, was in my early 30s. And so I had to relook at that challenge during the pandemic. So recovery may come up that you have to just revisit that. Why? You, meaning you or me, you do the work unapologetically, meaning whatever it takes for you to get there. Self-help books, mentors, surround yourself with people that care about you. If you have friends that you know that will pour into you, like positive friends, ask them, what are the things that you love about me? What is the greatest gift that I give to you? And write that down. I have someone that I know that uses recovery or to do work on themselves, they put Band-Aids on it. So if you have a wound, an open wound, and you put a Band-Aid on it, it never fully heals because there's no air in it for it to seal up and recover. If you take the Band-Aid off, air gets in it, the stuff cleans out, and you can heal wounds that are open slits. Do not use a Band-Aid to cover your wound or the trauma or the pain that you're going through, because it's only temporary, because that Band-Aid's going to fall off. Do not use Band-Aids to recover. Do the hard work, whatever it is you need to do. K, kind, connected with the K, and keeper. Be kind to yourself. Do not beat yourself up for how long it may take. Do not beat yourself up for situations that someone may have put you in that you had no control over. And be kind to who you were in those times, because we all evolve and change. And be kind to you evolving forward. Connected. It's really, for me, connected is being in touch with your feelings and feel the feel at the moment. Me, I think part of my survival throughout my whole childhood and adult life is I've always journaled. That allowed me to write what was in my head, put it on paper, and it was my safe place. No one judged me. No one criticized my thoughts, and I didn't have it stewing in my head. My mind was free once I put it on paper. So if that helps you, I suggest you do it. It's really saved me. And keeper, not in as you're not your brother's keeper, because we all should look out for each other, but a keeper in regards to, if you have family who have not gone through the healing, who have not processed things, who have not accepted that what happened to them does not determine who they are, and no one's going to judge you for where your past was, you can't hold that space for them anymore. They have to do their own work. So you cannot be a keeper of holding yourself back to keep someone else happy, because you're on this journey of life and to better yourself. I have the power to say, this is not how my story ends. Your story is still unwritten. I meaning you. So if you have to use that, you have the power to make that change at any point that you're ready. You write the ending to your story no matter where it began. And the last one is M. So I have this broken down to manifesting and moments. I really believe, because I learned at a very young age, at the age of 12, how precious life is, how fast it gets taken away. When my mom passed, she asked me to come home with her the night before. I was 12 years old. I had I did not have a good attitude when I was 12, and I was mad at her for some reason. I didn't want to go. I was staying with my father. I, for a very long time, felt extremely guilty because I did not go home with her that night. I did not get to say I love her that night. I never saw her face again. She was beaten up, she was beaten up so bad we could never see her face again. So for me, moments matter, seconds matter, because anything can happen in a second. So live in the moment, create the memory, and manifesting. I have a breakdown for manifesting. So I believe manifesting is what you believe. I look at manifesting this way, that it's not something that you can get tangible. Like, oh, I'm going to get a college degree, because that you can physically do. For me, manifesting is always something bigger. The thing that I'm not sure how I'm going to get there, I don't know what steps I'm going to take to do that, but that's what I want. So for me, manifesting, I think of it like if God or whoever your person is says, okay, Mary, you're going to get whatever wish you want today. Or the genie, rub the lamp, you're going to get what you get with no consequences. Like, it was pure, you're going to get it. What would that be? That's manifesting. And when you manifest it, it will come out. It will come to fruition, but you have to believe it. So I have a little thing, it's toka. So toka means hole. So like a hole that you dig in. So when you're manifesting something, you want to get out of the place that you're in. So dig in the hole to get out there, to get greater, do better, your dreams, the achievements that you want. So think it, own it, claim it, and achieve it. That's the way manifestation works. I am going to also share some things that help me on a daily basis to stay focused. For about 30 years, I wake up every day, and now it's just part of my ritual, in gratitude. Some days are really challenging, and some days I woke up today, I'm breathing, I have food. And other days it's more than that. And I have a son now, so I'm always grateful for him. So that's one that down the drain, that I already have. But some days are a lot more challenging. So if it's just that God woke me up today, I have a purpose. I still have a reason to be here. I also believe in songs. If you have your mantra song, so when you're feeling down, play that song, have it on repeat, get you in that mood. If someone brings you down, play that thing. I have 2 songs. I have Express Yourself by Madonna and Gotta Be by Desiree. That gets me every time. So find your song. If you believe in God and Bible verses, someone told me about 2015, actually, I went to a speaking thing with Steve Harvey, and he said, find 3 Bible verses. It took me 6 years to find it. I'll tell you what they are. One is Psalms 139:14, you are fearfully, wonderfully made, and that's for my son. Psalm 66:16, come in here, all you who fear God, and let me tell you what he's done for me. Corinthians 16:14, let all that you do be done in love. Part of manifestation is what you want in life and what place you want to be and what you want people to give in the world to give. You have to give it out. You have to pour that into people, pour that into the world, because that's the only way it's going to come back to you tenfold. And that's pretty much how I have been able to challenge myself and become self-empowered through self-care and self-love. And it's an everyday work. And so thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys got something out of this. Oh, my last thing, I created this in about 20 years ago. So my own mantra that I created for myself is my fight is not my reason. No, I'm sorry. My fight is my reason, not my excuse. Meaning, because I'm a champion, I fight every day to not be a statistic, to prove to myself that I can do all those things that no one told me that I could do. I could do all those things that people told me that I was not able to do. I can show my son, I can show the world and people around me the things that I felt that I didn't have as a child, the things that I felt I was missing. I can give that back to the world. And so I don't make my past or what my journey has been why I'm not going to do something, but why I should do something. Because we all can make a change in this world. We can make a change in our lives at any moment that we decide. So I hope something resonates with all of you. Thank you again for being here. I'm so grateful to be here. And I'm going to start sharing what I just shared on my Mary Kim, how to empower yourself this week. So if you want, you can follow me. My handles on all social is Mary Kim Farkas. So peace and blessings to all. And thank you. I hope you enjoy it tomorrow too. And I'll be on tomorrow. I'm going to talk something about my son with the children's event. So thank you so much.
Beautiful story. Beautiful story. Thank you so much, Mary Kim. I know Jen's going to come in next. I believe we're going to play Erica Renee next. So enjoy this next section.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are located in this global world. Hello, welcome. I'm Erica Renee. I'm an author, professional speaker, filmmaker, producer, TBI consultant, and TBI survivor. And the topic of my talk is trauma, struggle, and purpose. Now, you may be wondering, what does TBI mean? What does it stand for? Well, it stands for traumatic brain injury. But before I go further, I want you to imagine you're in a car, driving on a highway with your family or your friends, and you don't have a care in the world. Your mind is simply focused on having fun, but then you make a stop. But the stop does not go as expected. Well, that was me driving on the highway with my cousins, and I made a stop at the gas station, and things took a turn for the worse. However, before that, I drove out on Friday. I had celebrated my 21st birthday with a big elaborate party where my theme was the day a star was born. I wore a custom-made red dress. I had a gold tiara on. I had gold accessories, and I had a star-shaped cake. I had star-shaped invitations, star-shaped fruit, and they had a red carpet. They had like the stars passing like on Hollywood Boulevard. I had those in there. I had red and gold centerpieces with my baby pictures in the middle of them. I had a DJ, a photo backdrop, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was my dream birthday party. And so then after my party, I continued partying and I went to the club that Friday night. And then I had a sleepover that Saturday night with my cousins. And we woke up that Sunday morning to breakfast and made think of the Last Supper because we had so much food. It was waffles, eggs, pancakes. We had cream of wheat, bacon, sausage, biscuits, hash browns, fruit, you name it, we had it. And then later that Sunday evening, I got shot in my head. Yes, you heard correct. I got shot in my head on June 1st of the year 2008. And after I got shot, I was immediately rushed to the hospital. And along the way there, I flatlined twice. I suffered a stroke to my right side. And I had to have immediate brain surgery because the bullet, the impact of the bullet, it broke into little fragments. So I had to have immediate brain surgery and my brain had to be drained. And I had a 5% chance of survival. And so the doctors wanted to put a plug on me, but God and my family said no. And so I then was placed in a medically induced coma for a month and a half and I lost my ability to talk. I couldn't breathe on my own. And I have a trace scar right here because I had a tracheotomy in my throat. And so I couldn't talk for 4 months. I temporarily lost my ability to walk. I had to have a feeding tube to receive nutrients to my body. And I couldn't hold my head up straight or step on myself or anything. And the list goes on and on. But again, God, you know, I've had 13 years of on-off rehabilitation. And as you can hear, I regained my speech. I can eat on my own. I can sit on my own. I can take steps with minimal assistance. And I graduated college twice. I become an author. I published my first book in 2018. I'm working on my second book currently. I became a professional speaker, producer, filmmaker, and now traumatic brain consultant, coach. And so I had to use my faith in God to believe all things are possible. Even in the darkest times, you know, believe the things are possible, God makes possible, even when situations look impossible. So in order to get to where I am today, my faith is necessary. And I connect with God, my family support, and I needed a map. But not the physical map that guides you all over the world, not that kind of map. But a map that takes you from mindset road and leads you to acceptance road and further takes you to purpose road. I said it again. It's a map that goes from mindset road that leads you to acceptance road and takes you to purpose road. Now, let's start with a mindset. Once you get off mindset road, you know, you need to get things, reevaluate your life and get things in order. And so after I got shot, you know, I went to a depressive state and it changed to bitterness, anger, oh my goodness, onto a range of emotions. And so I could have gave up. And I'm sure people probably expected me to. But I had a fight back mentality. My mindset would not let me give up. It would let me give in. And I wasn't okay with my circumstances. So I had to shift my mindset and work at changing my narrative to my story. And so I also had to watch my thoughts because your mind would tell you lies to try to keep you stuck. And, you know, it's not good. And so I need to understand that I had to fight back and I had to shift my mindset so that I could do all things possible. And so my current mindset is I'm going to fight back. You know, it's been 13 years and I'm not stopping to reach my goal of walking independently by myself. And so the first thing that's necessary to do when you have a difficult time, situation, or facing test and trial in your life is to get out the mindset exit and actually shift your mindset and change it to what you want to achieve because it all starts with your mind. You know, it all starts up here. And you have to make a choice to not give up or give in. And overlook the naysayers, overlook the people that don't believe in you, lead them to the wayside. And especially if they're not going where you're going. So after your mindset is in order, it will lead you to acceptance road. However that looks like for you, whatever you got to accept, it will lead you there. And so, but you have to make the decision yourself also to let go whatever's not serving you. And begin loving the 2.0 version of yourself. And love every flaw, quirk, or difference about yourself, love it. And if you don't like something, change it, you can. And, you know, but a lot of people get stuck there, especially survivors. You know, they get stuck in who they once were. And it's important to create a loss of who you once were and find a good who you are now because that's who you are meant to be. And so don't judge yourself or compare yourself to others and look at the positives and the good things that happen as a result of your situation. And, you know, begin to celebrate your strengths and volunteer your time to help others. Because I'm gonna tell you something, when you help others, you don't focus on yourself as much. And so you just don't. And so help others help you. And so also get a support system. We're not in this whole global world alone. So get a support system. And, you know, make the decisions to no longer allow yourself to hold you back. I'm gonna say it again. Make a decision to no longer allow you to hold you back. And so also build yourself up and, you know, affirm what God says about you. And if you don't believe in God, whoever you believe in, affirm what you believe about yourself, because if it's positive, then it's gonna make you better. And so acceptance road has some bumps, has some turns, twists, you know, has some traffic there, so stumbling blocks and detours, but it will finally lead you to purpose road, my favorite road, you know. And once you focus on purpose road, focusing on purpose, it's on up from here. It's you soar. And so you begin to dedicate all your time and attention to fulfilling your purpose. And when you find your purpose, you don't have time for anything else but that. And there's so much freedom and joy in doing what you're called to do. And you'll find encouragement when you begin to get discouraged. When a thoughts creep in your mind, you'll find encouragement from other people that help push you along the way. And then you also find strength to continue doing, what you're called to do, whatever you're put in earth to do. You find strength in doing that. And also there's peace in the journey. There is peace in the journey, let me tell you. And you begin to get gratified, from fulfilling your purpose. And more importantly, helping others find their purpose is an ultimate joy. Like there's so much joy in that. And so a lot of times, somebody is waiting on you to do what you're called to do so it can help them do what they're called to do. That makes sense. And so I want to say it again. Sometimes somebody's waiting on you to do what you're called to do so it can help them do what they're called to do. Our purpose is a gift that keeps on giving. Our purpose does not only benefit us, it will help others too. Now, if your purpose only benefits you, I'm not quite sure that's your purpose. Because our purpose will always help others too. It won't just be for us. So I'll end with saying that, the trauma I've endured, the struggles I've gone through, all led me to my purpose of helping others. And it's such a great joy. And so I hope what I've said and what you've heard thus far from other amazing speakers has my focus, as well as to bring you clarity to accept what was and now what is. And it's going to help you to implement a plan that will motivate you to push forward onto the right path toward fulfilling your purpose. And after on my MET program, I extend an invitation to utilize my services for yourself, or you can send to a family or friend who this information will help. And so I can reach that Erica Renee 878@gmail.com. That's Erica Renee ERICA 878@gmail.com. So just send me a message, say, hey, I heard you on the Global Summit, and or my friend sent me this information from the Global Summit that he heard you speak at or she heard you speak at. And so now I look forward to hearing from you. So thank you for your time and bye.
Wow, that was such a powerful story. So powerful. I'm going to bring Ramona up here. Hey, Ramona.
No, that was awesome, Erica. Oh my goodness, what a powerful story of your journey of triumph and definitely a win, huge wins.
Yeah.
Wow, awesome.
Amazing story. And today was day 2, Ramona. We finished so strong. It was an amazing day. I gotta tell you though, we didn't get to all the speakers today, but it's okay because we have day 3 coming up tomorrow, which I'm even more excited about. If you guys love day 1, day 2, day 3 is going to be spectacular, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I know we're getting onto the wire now, and of course we have to have our last performance to close us out. No other than Emile. But before we do that, Ramona, any closing remarks?
Absolutely. Always. So yes. Absolutely. For those of you who are still here and those of you who are watching out on YouTube where we're live streaming, as well as those who are going to be watching replays, et cetera, we definitely want to thank you. Thank you for the time that you have taken out of your busy lives, busy schedules, especially those who have participated either by performing, which has been phenomenal performances, whether it was poetry, whether it's live music, or songs or dance or healing sex segments or things of that nature. We definitely thoroughly have enjoyed ourselves, immensely enjoyed ourselves. The performances, the speakers, the participants, oh my gosh, it has just been, a full day of nothing but healing and inspiration and definitely motivation. I have pages and pages of notes from the last 2 days. So I have been jotting them down and taking in, just sucking up all of this awesome value. So thank you again. And thank you, Jennifer. We have to definitely give it to you because, wow, you had pre-recorded only 20 people last year for your first annual.
I think I know why I did that pre-recording. It's 12 o'clock. I'm like, it's my bedtime. No, this has been so amazing. You know what's so interesting?
Yeah, running out of time now.
I know. As all the speakers are coming on, I'm hearing it, and I'm like, maybe I'm getting a little tired, but I'm like, no, I'm getting invigorated. I'm getting inspired. I'm feeling motivated. Every time a new speaker comes on, I wake up and I'm even more energetic than I was before, because I'm like, wow, these powerhouses.
Absolutely.
And it's their stories of resilience, and these are real people with real stories, and that's what it's all about. And I love that we're able to share that. So
absolutely,
thank you to everyone who has been watching, who's been supporting this for the last 2 days. And of course, tomorrow is day 3, the last day. So we do have a lot of great things planned. Also, the beginning is going to be dedicated to kids. So be sure to tell your kids or any friends and family who have children to tune in between 4 and 6. We'll be having some activities specifically dedicated for kids. And of course, just be sure to promote it, share it on Facebook, share it on Twitter, Instagram, all the social media platforms. And we appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Ramona, thank you as usual for all your great hosting today. To Jenny, Laura, to the Refresher, to everybody, to Mahatma, everybody who's been on Zoom. We appreciate you all.
Absolutely. It was phenomenal.
Yes, it was. So with that, Emil, take it away.
All right,
Bring us home, Emil.
I'm gonna take you guys to Trinidad for a little bit. This is a song that I'm working on with a client. It's not released yet, so you guys are hearing it for the first time, and
awesome.
I'm playing it for the first time. So enjoy. I'm going to do an adaptation first, and then it's going to flow into the song. Enjoy, guys. And see you tomorrow.
Awesome.
Fortune Productions. Yeah. Fortune Productions. Yeah. Fortune. Royal. The description of you to me, my baby. How I feel about your love is amazing. The way you got me going all night long. You know you like my favorite song, and for you love I'll spend out all money on you alone, baby, to take you globally. So sweet and so cali. When you touch overseas, they love the way you feel. London to Miami, when I so Grammy. You make me feel like dancing. You make me feel like I love the way you give just in the ground. So got down your feet and so got
Enjoyed and have a great evening. Thank you.
Amazing, Emil.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, everybody have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you all so much for joining in the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. We will see you tomorrow for day 3, everybody. Be ready for another wonderful, spectacular day ahead. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.